More. That. Good morning. There we go. Oh my goodness. Already with the bots, man. All right, so let's see what's up. Like, Viper is in the lobby. I figured people would want to see Viper play. Especially since there is no, like, official tournament host to cast the Viper set. Drill hamster this one? I don't know. I don't know. Well, Viper's in the lobby. Hopefully Andre will be there in just a moment as well. Indeed, Das Viper. All right, Andre's in the lobby. And they just start right away. Perfect. And we're going to be starting on the Big Water Nomad. Hello, Daniel Barra Martinez. Oatmeal, but yes. The Pembroke Welsh Corgi has been aroused. Still in the morning coffee? Yeah, tell me about it. I've got my coffee too. Playing Jordan? I don't know. I haven't seen the brackets in a while. The Viper from Norway. Oh boy, that is close. And good morning, everybody. Hope you're all having a fine Thursday. We'll have Viper here in the yellow as the latest Apple product, the Italians, here to the west of the map. And to the, well, slightly further east of the map, in the blue, as the Magyars, it will be Andre. So clearly, this is going to be all about that Hulk rush. I don't really get it on this map. This feels like it would make more sense on another map. I mean, unless you can get like a ludicrously fast uptime, you'd think that the galleys, having so much room to sail around, would be able to, you know, shoot and scoot against the enemy Hulks. Well, remember that the Hulks are triple dipping into attack upgrades in that the attack upgrade applies to each of their 3 attacks, which is not the case for, I think, any other unit in the game. Bring. Viking range? What do you mean? All right. Going over to that fish. Yes, Hulks are affected by forging, iron casting, and blast furnace. What can I say? They're hookers. They just put themselves out there for any old attack upgrade they see at the blacksmith. Anyway, Viper is very, very fast up to the feudal age. We have to imagine that he has scouted his opponents at this point, and he even saw the TC. Meanwhile, Andre also with a good idea as to what Viper's doing. But yeah, honestly, this just doesn't seem like it's destined for great success here. Viper's going to likely start his galley production almost immediately. I don't really think there's going to be a whole lot Andre can do about it. I mean, just look how much slower he is. The res collected are similar, but and Andre's actually even ahead in food collected, but I guess it's just all about that timing. You can see Viper had the better start anyway. No, Andre knows. Unlike Scotty, Andre knows. And Viper's actually also going Hulks. Now, and I don't know, do Hulks have a faster train time? Nice. Because you'd think that you'd want to start galley production. We'll see! Viper's so nice. You that far ahead? Perhaps. Anyway, Andres should be fairly dead. Remember, you can garrison inside the dock, Andre! Well, I guess... Oh, well, villagers can't do that. Rip. Oh, no. Oh, no. And look, his Viper's just adding in more fishing ships already. Mm-hmm. This is the issue with the Magyar Hulk Rush. Now, is it greedy that Viper isn't adding in any more ships? Yes, but honestly, he has such an enormous advantage at this point that it probably doesn't matter. Viper doesn't have to have any of his villagers on food. Now, Andre is getting DBA. And DBA is almost as good as CBA. Oh. Yeah, gotta be careful. And it's not like Viper isn't fairly exposed at home. Okay, he is stonewalling the sides here. Does have to get that one tile to the southwest. Yeah, Viper is making his appropriate tech switch. Again, so long as he's just using both of his docks here at close to full capacity, he's gonna be just fine. I just don't see how you can catch up in the numbers. Yeah, I mean, Viper is going to be fully stonewalled in just a moment. Well, it's Hulkin time. It's the kill there. I mean, does Viper have a third dock up yet? I think that is, yeah. Okay, so he's got his third dock. Shut up, water buffalo! Yeah, you don't want to do that, Andre. Oh, easy snipe there. Now, Viper is housed, of course, proving that, yes, he is indeed Viper. And Viper, I'm sure, does not know about that. And Andre, I'm sure, just clicked into Viper's base. Uh-oh. But he's actually... Did he see? Okay, yeah, he's gotta know. Okay, yeah, he must have seen the Hulk sail this way. Good catch, good catch. Am I sick of the Hulk sounds yet? I am a remarkably patient person. Alright, that should be totally fine. Yeah, these are the new boats, the Hulks, the Incredible Hulks. Yeah. Now, I'm not sure if Hulks can actually go full, like, Step Lancer and attack over a tile. Oh, no, this could be awkward. Viper a little far away from the safety of a town center. But no, just wait. No, 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 no. Yeah, fletching's gonna be a big one, of course, and I just don't see it here for Andre. Water Nomad is not played like regular Nomad. Water Nomad is a rush up to Feudal Age as fast as humanly possible. Okay, that's... okay, never mind, it's fine. It's fine. PC has 7 kills. Half of Viper's kills have come from his town center, man. But no, they're Hulks. They're a new ship entirely. I mean, they don't literally replace demos. Demos are still in the game, but they are the new anti-fire ship unit. One that is, you know, persistent and like a regular warship instead of something that just blows up. Are broken? I mean, are they broken? Maybe. But you can see here that galleys still poke him down pretty fast. I think the biggest issue is that is actually galleys. Yeah, here we go. The thing with galleys is that they just aren't good unless you're really investing into them. And so what happens is that you get tons and tons of maps where it's literally like all galleys or galleys are useless. And it feels like a somewhat zero-sum game. Yeah, like you need 6 or so galleys. Which means that on a map, on you know, hybrid maps, you can't go galleys because you also need to invest into the land. You could go, which then means you can go fire ships or hulks, both of which are reasonable enough to go for if you're going for both land and water. The thing is, of course, that hulks counter fire ships. So awkward. So it's just like literally just replaced fire ships and demo ships with just hulks. Now you could mix in demos there as well, but of course demos are much more expensive now. They call them Thors. They were originally going with Spider-Mans, but it just doesn't work out. Like, Spider-Man wasn't one of the Avengers. I'm really bad with superheroes, guys. Fire plus longboat? I mean, Vikings, I think, are just really, really good. Oh boy. We got the yin-yang map. Oh, the fish booming potential, guys! Oh, does Viper have it? Oh, he does. Oh, he does. Oh, guys, it's literally broken. It's the literal Taeguki. The symbol on the South Korean flag, the Korean symbol in-game. Oh, it's destined here. So every Civ gets Hulks. Not every Civ gets the Imperial Age version, the Karak. And there is all of the different iterations of upgrades, right? You have different, some Civs with some upgrades, some Civs with other upgrades. Why am I not casting Fire versus Kapach? I figured that people would want to watch Viper. Okay, here's the thing, Faroker. In my mind, they would certainly be able to do that. Issue. They literally say, well, we can't fix literal game-breaking bugs for Georgians and Armenians. So, oops, I guess you're stuck with that. Like, they literally have to ban Georgians and Armenians because they have broken bugs. Then you have the Portuguese ship HP bonus, which doesn't work. Questionable choice. Oh, yeah. That's been my follower notification since day one, man. Yeah, I mean, remember, the whole point of this tournament is to showcase the new water balance, right? That's literally the whole point of it. So it's like all water and hybrid maps. And Microsoft put a fair amount of money into this event to try and get people to practice and, you know, see how much they can get out of the new ships. Why am I casting Kapach versus Fire? Oh, yeah, that was because I thought people would want to watch Viper. Anyway, Socksmut. Sockshankt. Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the Wolf Pack. Enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, Wolf and Friends, and the lack of ads. Name, Sockshankt. I try. I really try, guys. Anyway, Brians versus Dravidians, both are going to be excellent civs here. Don't really think it's going to matter all that much. I want to see some turtles, though, guys. Because all I know is that Admiral Yi has been working on a secret weapon. A ship with an iron hull and spikes to repel boarders. Oh, and are there any bans in the draft? There's a series of admin bans, but no, like, specific Civ bans. Anyway, Viper is a fishing ship ahead. Remember that fishing on this map isn't all that great. There just aren't that many deep fish. But surely, Viper has scouted the pond. Oh, he doesn't see the deep fish. Oh, but he sees the deep fish there. What are the admin bans? So admin bans are basically just a series of random bans at the start of the draft for every single set. And in this tournament, they have 8 of them. So 8 civs are randomly banned, and then you can just draft your 6 civs from there. All right, looks like Andre is looking for a bit of a faster uptime. Already with the barracks on this island. Let's see. Viper sending his villagers forward. Now, of course, he has absolutely no idea that his opponent is building a barracks here, but the scout is coming in at actually the perfect time. And so, perhaps he was going to go to this island anyway, but he sees the barracks over here, so he knows that he's going to be going over to this western island. Ah, yes, so yes. Unfortunately, he won't scout this other one as well. All right, the tiger's taken down. The militia are on the way. More vills are showing up. Again, transport ships used to be insanely tanky, and now they are very much not. Third militia incoming. All right. Where's the T-port? Okay, there's a scout there. And of course, he will see Viper here in just a moment. And he might just ferry those men-at-arms right on over. Meanwhile, for his part, Viper is not up to feudal age yet. He is going to be going for probably a fast castle. Wait a minute, he mined 50 stone. Huh? Maybe he was just doing that with the villagers he sent over as, like, just something for them to do in the short run. Maybe that was it. But yes, it is exactly enough stone for 2 towers. That's very true. And Viper's gonna need to be careful, guys, because the men-at-arms, just like Santa, are coming to town. Oh, no, you gotta commit to something, man. Viper's literally just not doing anything. What are you doing? Andre, go for it. You gotta go for it, man. You can't just let Viper gather. He's just letting him gather. No, what are you doing? Oh, no. Andre, absolutely terrified. The second game already? Oh, sorry, Nilly. I know it's the second game. I just forgot to update the scoreboard. I know it's a tough, like, is Ornlu being incompetent or is he simply ignorant? Yep! Alright, Watchtower coming in, and, I mean, it's just unfortunate here for Andre. Now, could he just, like, patrol in his men-at-arms and get a ton of value? No, because Viper does have a lot of villagers nearby. But what you need to do, and of course what you'll see the top-level players do, is you just kind of go in, you have an attack or two, and then you force Viper to commit. And really, it's disrupting the economy of Viper that is your main goal. Because what happened is that Viper only had, like, what? maybe 10 seconds or so of villagers not gathering or building or, doing villager things. And that's obviously not that big of a deal, especially for the significant investment of the men-at-arms rush. As it stands, Viper has one more fishing ship and one more vill, as Andre also has a bit of idle time. You see turtles? Yeah, we literally have turtles right here. Turtles. Now, we're going to see the real turtles. The true turtles. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. We can only hope. That said, Viper perhaps was a little overambitious in thinking he could go for a straight fast castle, as obviously he does not quite have the resources for it. Now, yes, he has a ton of food, basically in villagers that are queued up, but what he does not have is another building. He has the blacksmith, but he does not have a market, or, another building. Oh, and he did dock the southern pond. Oh my goodness. Sea turtles? You mean like literal turtles that are in the sea? For his part, Andre has not docked the north yet. But I mean, 12 army to 6. And 4 of those units are spearmen. And 1 is your starting scout cavalry. Viper is just barely investing anything here into military. He's grabbing wheelbarrow because he's housed. Because, Viper. Now, several villagers have gone down in total. I think 2 fishing ships it was. 2 or 3 fishing ships Viper had forward have both gone down. Yeah, I think it was 3 fishing ships, and that's the first villager kill. But Viper still is going to be clicking up to Castle Age soon. Does he have the market? Okay, there's the market. Coming on in. Pretty good fish boom in a pond. Dravidians actually have one of the worst fish booms in a pond because again, that extra carry capacity means that it just takes longer for your fishing ships to drop off their food at the dock. You just get it less often. Extra carry capacity is actually just a bad thing if there is 0 sailing distance between, the food source and the dock. But yes, Andre is up faster, so in that sense, he is doing enough to disrupt Viper's eco, but only by a few seconds. And Viper still 4 villagers ahead. Again, it's pretty crazy that he doesn't even have a single archery range. Mining plenty of stone, of course. He'll likely need... could go for the castle and some war wagons, and I don't think that would be a bad thing. Could also just try and rely on a few more towers to defend himself as needed, and then focus maybe primarily on the navy. Or he could just drop a castle, go for some war wagons and some turtle ships, and just go full Hangugin. Have you hit the town bell? That's a good question. I don't know. Base in the Americas? I mean, that was my own prediction. Basically, after 3 Kingdoms, was that the next one would be Americas. But I have no idea. Covered by a tower? You might need Fletching and Bodkin, but pretty close, yeah. Anyway, Viper, despite barely having any army, is still able to hold off his opponent. I got some more archers coming in. New Civ? There actually are plenty. They're less famous than the Aztecs, Mayans, and Incas, but it's not like those empires existed in a vacuum, right? Alright, Castle Age is now in here for both players. Some Fire Lancers are going to be on the way. Medium warships as well, so alas, no crossbowmen play yet. And here we go. Yeah, here we go. Oh boy, it's turtle time, baby. Again, I got to see a replica of a turtle ship when I was in South Korea, and it was awesome. The cool factor, very much there. Now again, the turtle ship HP has been reworked. Wait a minute. Okay, so they have way less melee armor than they used to. I mean, turtle ships used to have a lot of melee armor. But now they only have 2, but they have a lot more HP. Now, turtle ships are long-range warships for the purposes of the extra bonus damage that you get from fire ships. I don't know, guys. That's pretty underwhelming. That. Yep. Yep. How expensive are turtles? Turtles are 180 wood and 180 gold, but you get a 20% discount, so that's like, what? 36 wood? Less? Alright, Siphon's coming in now for Andre. Yin Yang, it sure does. Hulks are hulking, for sure. And clearly thinking that fire ships are the unit you want against turtles, Viper has just switched right back into Hulks, realizing that, nope, I'm not allowed to have fun. It is time for the Hulk. Towers coming in. And of course, towers dotting the coastline are going to be one of the biggest strengths of Koreans over the course of the game. And of course, Viper's eco also being significantly better, thanks to his fishing ships. That said, the second TC is now coming in from Andre, but he has to get so much done to make up for the fact that Viper went for the fish boom. And now we got the clanker constructions, man. That extra movement speed is going to be super helpful, and here we are again. This is the strength of Koreans. They're just so freaking good at defending the coastline. Nope. Doc here is going to go down. You have no upgrades on these Hulks, whereas Viper actually already has iron casting, which is huge. Raining coming in for that extra pierce armor. Now, Docs are actually starting to get sniped for Viper, and that could be a very real issue. He's adding in another tower here, but he's only on 1 dock right now. That is, of course, going to heavily stymie his warship production. Third TC now coming in here from Andre, so of course he's not all in by any stretch. Might have to start ferrying some more villagers over very soon, though. But yeah, Viper's upgrades are significantly better. There is 1 more turtle ship out. Deal melee? Yeah, you'd think that if anything, turtle ships would have a lot of melee armor. Because I don't know if you guys sort of get that visual cue that turtle ship should be very heavily armored against melee attacks. But I just kind of get that vibe with the unit, you know? Sometimes the vibes are just greater than any logic, and it just looks like turtle ships would be heavily armored against anything that's trying to attack it directly. No idea. Anyway, I mean, Viper just has to retreat to these towers, right? This is the issue with the Hulks, is that they have a very short range. Oh my goodness. I mean, if you camp here with the turtles laying down the damage at the back with the guard towers nuking them as well, of course you're going to be taking an efficient fight. Anyway, Viper's just obliterating this. It is not close. Viper so far ahead in resources destroyed. It was just a very, very ill-advised fight. And it's kind of like fire ships before, and actually fire ships now, is that they're great at winning water, but you can't do as much with it once you've actually won water, right? There's no way of preventing Viper from just taking a fight underneath the safety of his towers. Suddenly be very good. Well, turtle ships have been reworked like 3 times in the last half year, so it's kind of hard to judge right now. Yes, Andre is on 3 TCs, but he's still slightly behind in villagers, and he's way behind in resources. Because again, the fish booming is just so insanely powerful. Viper, I was trying to see... Okay, he's got gill nuts in too as well. Oh, hey! Fire Lancer's doing a bit of raiding over here. Oh no, those poor Vills were left behind! And now Viper is gonna be castle dropping right here. Oh, no way. Oh, no. No. Like, this wasn't necessarily a bad start to the game for Andre, but he just needed to be a little bit more decisive in the right way. Had to be doing more damage early on with the men-at-arms when he had the opportunity to. I mean, I guess you have your castle here, but Viper just clicks up to Imp. Man, he's 2,500 res ahead. Yeah, turtle ship attack is very confusing now. Because it's the cannon, and then it's 3 volleys of rockets. Lost the transport? Oh, so he did. How exactly did he do that? $11 Vills here. RIP! Oh, that Vill was glad he didn't get on board. Lol. Okay, that was a bit foolish from Viper. It really shouldn't matter. And it doesn't matter. Like I said, it just doesn't matter at that point. Viper was simply way too far ahead. Again, this time frame, like right around here, is when Andre really could have gotten some damage done, and he just didn't. And then even later on, when he had this big naval numbers advantage, he just took a very, very bad fight underneath the 2 guard towers. Alas, alas. Viper, looking good. And good morning, everybody. Hope you're all doing well. I think we have plenty of Thalassocracy Cup to cast today. Other sets? Yeah, not at all. Vivv lost game number 1. Maybe we need to check that series out after this one, guys. Oh, boy. Oh, Emu Warrior took a game off Doubt. Go Emu Warrior, man. That's great for him. Thala Cup? I mean, it's Thalassocracy Cup. If you want to shorten that to Thala Cup, be my guest. Jamjack took 2 games off MBL. Oh, boy. There have been a lot of, not big upsets in terms of, like, actual results, but the top players have absolutely been dropping games to the lower level players. Villasa almost lost to Uzi. Yo lost a game to Rodrix. Fun stuff, fun stuff. And looks like they have started the next one, and we will jump into it. Let's go! I got a lot of people tuning in this morning. Well, thank you, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. 30 seconds, and we will be going to Seychelles. These guys need to get their offshore bank accounts set up, guys. They need to go to Seychelles. And 32, that'd be fun. I'd certainly be casting that. The Comoros map. I don't think there are many offshore bank accounts in the Comoros, though. It's just not the same. Although, I think that Comoros might need a bit of a greater representation in the AoE community after AoE bet. You know, really put the Comoros on the map. All right, guys, here we are. Game number 3. Viper, 1 game away from a match against Jordan. We'll be in the yellow as the Vikings to the west of the map, and to the east in the blue. As the Persians, it will be Andre. Indeed, Viper getting that IRL Civ boost. All right. The sweatshirt has come off. We are stripping for the cast because I'm warm. And, you know, gotta bring in the people in somehow. All right, so it is 2 Age of King Civs here. Always a fun matchup. And this is going to be another example of Vikings not really being a very versatile pick on most water maps. It was really only you ever see Vikings on maps that's like full-blown galley rush. Now, because Vikings are so much more versatile at the dock, especially in early to mid game, you can just pick them anywhere where there's some splish splash water, and they're going to be very good. And so you can go forward dock here and just go for hulks and fire ships. You can dock on the outside and go straight to galleys. If I'm stripping. Why, you want to have another tier sub for the super exclusive content? Oh my god. So, let's see where these guys are docking, because we've seen players go for forward docking before on this map. Generally speaking, the meta is to build it on the outside, though, as it's a very long sailing distance to get all the way around the atoll here. We'll have to see. Except Andre has 2 seconds of idle time, so clearly he is big noob confirmed. And looks like Viper will be docking over here to the northeast of the map. Couple deep fish nearby, although there's kind of some land, like, right nearby. And, oh, looks like there is some crocodile action. Scout is here to protect, though. Oh, no! Remember, guys, that the crocodiles have the charge attack. No. Andre cursing the attack buff to the fodder. Look at that charge attack, guys. 3+5. Borderline GG territory? It honestly is. Against 2 evenly skilled players, losing your villager that's building the initial dock on a water map is very close to GG. Yeah, that's the first dock. No way. No way. Okay. Like, I would say that if you lose your villager that's building the first dock between, again, 2 evenly skilled players, it's probably like an 85 to 90% win rate for the guy who gets the villager kill. Or rather, does not lose the villager. And of course, these are not equally skilled players. Does Viper have loom? I doubt it. Just kidding, he does. Oh, that was an early loom from him. I wonder why. Guess just to make sure Israel didn't take a bad moment. But yeah, and especially Persians, they want to be getting a big eco lead early on. Faster working TCs and docks over Vikings, who only have a little bit of wood savings on their initial dock as a Dark Age bonus. Losing a second Vil too, well then that just gets even worse. So, Viper a fishing ship ahead. Now, as to how you want to approach this map, there are different ways you can go about it. You can go with a forward on the land. Generally, you don't want to build up military buildings at home because the rush distance is quite long. But it can be difficult to prevent a forward from happening, especially because you have the transport ship and you can kind of just land your opponent's island at an angle that they won't scout easily. You can go for aggression and feudal age on the water, on both the middle and on the outside. Or you can try and go for a fast castle. I've seen it all be successful on this map in the past. And of course, the new water meta balance is all going to add an extra layer of complexity there. Hey, Andre is on his way up to Feudal Age. Viper, for his part, is going up on 28 population, which... Well, I guess it's also with the extra transport ship. So... 23 vills and 4 fishing ships is getting kind of close to FC territory. Like, again, ye old days would be... What, 19 vills, 4 fishing ships, and a scout cavalry? 24 pop to go for a galley rush, so this is definitely much slower than that was. Look, those 2 vills trapped here. They are not allowed to leave until they mine their way to freedom. Absolutely Sag. Anyway, Barracks is now incoming here for Viper, so clearly is going to have something of a terrestrial approach. Ye old days. Admiral Yi was indeed there during ye old days. Gold mining quota, indeed. The messed with is I can't tell any difference. Alright, so let's see the plan here. Viper's resources, though, with only 5 vills on food, not really going to be for a fast castle, so I guess just a little bit of a delayed uptime. You can see this is going to be for at least 1 forward dock, if not 2 forward docks here to take control of the middle, but this will be scouted out immediately here by our blue player, and... Yeah, Oh, no, I think the scout is just continuously attacking. I'm pretty sure it gets the Vill kill. Yeah. Like, again, I've been in this situation before. I've casted this situation before. I'm pretty sure 2 villagers attacking a Feudal Age scout, if the scout is attacking constantly, it will get 1 Vill before it dies. But, obviously, that was not the case. Viper himself actually did get trapped with his own scout cavalry, but... Yikes. I mean, I guess, you know what, guys? At least there are more scouts coming out from Andre. Oh, no! Oh, dearie, dearie, dearie. Origin. Oh, no! No! Oh, no, guys. This is big Sag. It's literally going downhill. Anyway, very early forging upgrade. Of course, it affects both the Spearmen and the Hulks. And those Hulks with forging are just going to absolutely clobber that poor fire galley. I mean, yeah, Viper will lose a Vill here, but not really the end of the world for him. He's already gotten some nice kills, and he's extremely well set up here to win on this water. Looks like the Hulks have already gotten one of the fire galleys, and so those fishing ships are going to need to skedaddle towards the dock. I'd like to remind Andre that you can just garrison the fishing ships inside the dock, and they will at least be safe in the short run. Mass Spearmen every game. Well, remember that Spearmen get bonus damage against ships, and also Viper knows his opponent's going scouts, so you want Spearmen against scouts. Okay, there you go. Fortunately for Andre, he has simply not scouted this little pond area, so those villagers are going to be safe for now for Viper. Bonus damage versus ships? Yes, they do. The bonus damage against ships for anything that were not ships themselves was not changed. So it's, again, Spearmen have the exact same bonus damage, 9 bonus damage against ships that they had before. Wait, was it 9? Hold on. I thought it was 12. Maybe it was adjusted. Yeah, I thought Spearmen had 12 bonus damage. I thought it was basically the same... As a rule, it's the same amount of bonus damage as a unit has against camels that they get against ships. Anyway, the Hulk numbers are simply in favor of Andre here, so he will be able to... Why did he lose the fishing ships, man? What? They could just chill at the dock until you could try and win water back. Oh, no. Camel damage? Well, yeah, remember, camels and ships had the same armor class, and so Spearmen got the bonus damage against camels, and they just kind of also incidentally got them versus ships. But then when they separated the camel and ship armor class, basically all the units that had bonus damage versus camels and ships was basically just given the same value for both. You know, with some exceptions. Okay, that's good. That's definitely good for Andre. The issue is that Viper's already on his way up to Castle Age. Why on earth is he getting Arson for Spearman? That's a little weird. Remember, guys, these guys have plus 20% HP, and they have +1/+1. Garrison, but Andre did garrison them before. Yeah, these need to be churning out fishing ships as of, like, yesterday, man. Because Viper's eco is already ahead. He is very significantly ahead in the Castle Age time. Andre's just got to do something. Going to be around a minute 40 slower to Castle Age. At least Persians do research Castle Age a bit faster. We have fishing lines now coming in here for the Viper. And 4 fishing ships to 0 right now. Viper is adding in another dock. Hulks, especially without any attack upgrades, are not really the best versus buildings because they, again, remember, have -3 bonus damage versus buildings. Immediate iron casting upgrade for Viper. A longboat is queued up. A couple archers coming across the map now. He was researching horse collar, but canceled it. Don't tell me he's going to go cav archers. Oh, why? Why? Every time. Why must the meta be sacrificed? With negative damage, do they add HP? No, they just deal basically 2 less damage than you'd think. Oh my goodness. Longboats are out. They're at least able to harass those archers. Attack bonus? Well, yes, their hulks get double the effect from forging and iron casting. It is very, very good. Alright, now we're hulking, guys. Oh, we're hulking real hard right now. Those feudal age ships stand absolutely no chance to Viper. I mean, you're just losing so many units right now as poor Andre. And he's just going full cav archers right now. I don't even know if they are, because they're still really bad in, like, literally every other way on water maps. You have no eco bonus for water maps. I mean, I guess you have the pastures eventually, but, again, you don't want to be fishing and pasturing at the same time. Do the Ketons come from? The Ketons come from, like, Western Mongolia, Southern Russia, Northwestern China, Eastern Kazakhstan. Eventually they spread across, again, most of Northern Asia before the Mongols. Basically neighbors of the Mongols and the Chinese. They were more heavily Sinicized than the Mongols were, though. Which is why, again, they have things like rocket carts and fire lancers and whatnot. Between the Huns? No. The Huns are still pretty disconnected. Pastures? I have not seen pastures on Water Nomad now. Anyway, okay, guys. You know what? Will we ever see the Cav Archer meta fail? This is very, very legit damage. Viper. Oh no, the 2 vills were stuck! Oh, guys, they didn't hit their quota. They didn't hit their quota. Guys? Hello? I think we have only one thing to say to that. Viper! I mean, he had a dip, but not a full-blown... It didn't dip to 0, so there isn't a disconnect, I think. Well, regardless of what it was a lapse in attention there from Viper. I mean, yeah, this is over. You can't just lose that kind of economy. Can bet this game on AoE bet? Oh my goodness. The mini Viper? Yeah. I mean, this is over. There is no world in which this is not over. I mean, is Viper a better player than Andre? Certainly. Is Viper so much of a better player than Andre that he can overcome a 30 vil deficit at this point? No. Viper did say GG, so that wasn't a disconnect there. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I have no idea what that lapse was from Viper. No, he did GG. I always check when I don't see the GG appear on Capture Age. Capture Age won't record any text that is sent after the actual game ends. So what happened is Viper resigned and then hit GG. So you can see he hit GG right there. No, I don't think it was a disconnect. Yeah, no idea why that exactly happened the way it did, but such is life. First pick for each player. And I lost Pacific Islands. He did win Seychelles. So now we have Nomad and Migration as the remaining maps. Oh, Vivv tied it up against the Crocs. Wait, what? Johnny to Gamble. Thank you so much for the sub with Prime. Welcome to the Wolfpack and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, a wolf and friends. Hold on. Let me check the Discord. No, that's Titans League. There's so many different threads here. Oh. Wait, so Andre wasn't streaming with a delay. He got an admin loss. Viper said, I'm sorry, I was aware that you will have an admin loss for this game, so for me it's simply a waste of time and I have people waiting for me. What? Then why were they playing the game anyway? Huh? Okay, that's just bizarre. Very, very odd. Admin loss? Apparently, Andre was streaming without a delay, which caused him to get a one-game admin loss, and Viper was already up 2-0 at that point, so again, with the admin loss, that would be 3-0. Very, very strange, though, guys. I want to see this Vivv set. What the heck is happening with that? Because some player who I've never heard of called the Crocs has taken a game off Vivv. But Vivv has just tied it up. Crocs, I mean, the Crocs is currently 2K245. So, solid player. I've just never heard of him. Hera could stream without a delay? I'm pretty sure he would get an admin loss for that. Now, if everyone is beery, I think we're all beery deep down, guys. All right, so we got that all set up. It is currently 1-1. Yeah, Andre streamed without a delay. Very, very strange stuff, though. I just don't know why that game was played in the first place. Like, if Andre got the admin loss for, streaming, like, why are they even bothering? Ranked earlier? Oh, I mean, yeah, like, that happens, and, whatnot. Anyway, here we are, guys. It is the legendary matchup, the Crocs in the blue as the Italians to the southwest, and to the northeast in the red as the Chinese. It is the Civ for this map. It will be Vivv. 23 seconds idle time to start things off. And let's see if the dragon ships will reign supreme. Ghost Rider Metal Mania strat? We will have to see. I lost support because it's a rule by Microsoft, so they are pretty serious about stream delays. Because on the one hand, it could be an advantage to your opponent if they can see what's going on, if Viper was stream cheating, which we all know Viper would do. Or he could be getting coached from his chat or anyone else who's watching his stream to tell him what to do. Which, again, it just messes with the competitive integrity, and I understand why Microsoft is getting taking a heavy hand in making sure that that's not a thing. Have crocodiles in their environment? I mean, that's fair.
He should only be picking civs that have crocodiles in their environment.
Yep. I think that checks out. Viper's just going for the drama. We all know how drama Viper is. I mean, I see no evidence to the contrary. Yeah, admin loss? Exactly. Well, he got a one-game admin loss. So the fact that Viper was already up 2-0 meant that at that point he had already won the series. And so Viper just kind of threw the third game. But I just don't understand why they had to play the third game in the first place. That's what I don't understand. You got a loss for every single... Wait, he got a loss for every game, single game? He could have but the stream delay after game 2. Oh. Okay. I see. So he never put on the stream delay. Okay. Well, then that check. I mean, yeah, because I guess then they only realized during the game that he still was streaming with the delay, so he's going to lose that game anyway. Weird situation, but whatever. It's not like Andre was going to win the series anyway. Oh yeah, Vivv's playing Chinese, of course. He's got Loom. Because the research in Loom make your villagers harder to kill. Spawn on Twitch or Discord? Yeah, I mean, that checks out. Just a little bit confusing. 50 gold sometimes? I think that it's still reasonable enough to get Loom. Yeah, I mean, but like I said, it's something that World's Edge is being very serious about cracking down on, and it's down to players to, you know, pay attention to those sorts of things. Yeah, thank you for the clear up, though, Mr. Nilly. Anyway, I gotta get some more coffee, guys. You can enjoy watching Vivv Scout do Vivv Scout things. Automatic? No, there's no automatic stream delay. No, you have to manually end your stream and then restart your stream with a stream delay. If you're streaming before. Alright, did I miss anything filling? Oh, hey, actually, Vil died. What do you know? Oh my goodness. What the heck? How is there a hole here? Oh, yeah, that's right. You can walk over oysters. That's right. I forgot about that. Yeah. Okay, it was like, if the Crocs loses the fishing ship there, that would be a little weird. Deep sea fish? Yeah. It's a very, very deep water, man. Oysters are both sharp and slippery. I wouldn't want to walk over them. You'd fall and cut yourself. Or just cut your feet. Oh no! Not the... Oh no! Scout Cav! Alright, so a couple fire galleys are out here for Vivv. He's going for the fast imp. 28 fishing ships? What? You don't need that many fishing ships though, do you? Because here's the thing, like, you're Italians, you have a cheaper age up. And losing the momentum of just giving up all that initiative with the slower uptime feels like it'd be very, very bad. Why? What? Make it make sense, chat! Need hulks? I mean, I guess as far as mid-game goes, it's basically even. I mean, you do have a little bit of extra movement speed for Chinese fire ships, but... Like, guys, Vivv's up to Imperial Age before Crocs is even hitting Castle Age. Huh? I mean, all Vivv should need to do is just hang back. Sure, you can go for hulks. You could either go for the counter unit, or you can just say my units are going to be of higher quality if we do the same thing anyway, so I can just go for that. Wait, why is he going for a transport ship? What is there to transport to? Both their players? Oh, I think something's up with the matchmaking, right? Relic? I mean, you don't... It's not worth it to, like, build a monastery in the middle of the map to start picking up relics. You're just going to lose it instantly. Okay. Iron casting coming in now for Crocs. Siphons on the way now for Vivv. No medium warships yet, though. Well, okay, there it is. But obviously Crocs is not going for a fast imp. Oh wait, all these ships are stacked up for when Siphons comes in. Okay, that was an opportune moment right there. Yeah, Crocs isn't going fast imp. But like, why do you need so much food income? Why do you need 28 fishing ships? I mean, I guess some of them are mining gold. Actually, all of his gold income is coming from oysters. The sink docks? Maybe. Anyway, Hulk's fire ships both coming in. Again, it's Siphons is in here for Vivv. The numbers are still heavily in favor of blue, though. I am seriously concerned, though, for Crocs that he is just going to die to the dragon ships. That said, sinking a dock is very good. Vivv's actually only on 2 docks right now. That is thoroughly unimpressive. Heavy warships is coming in. Of course, have to be very careful of the sea towers. They deal a lot of damage. Yeah, remember, fire ships only deal melee damage now, so you get that plus 2 bonus damage versus buildings. So because, you know, most buildings have some melee armor, you're dealing a guaranteed 2 damage to buildings. Which I guess is the exact same as before, now that I think about it. It's just a lot of fire ships. No, it's not the Yasuma sea tower, it's just a regular guard tower, essentially. Hulks are fairly bad against buildings. Okay, I mean, is this fast imp gonna fail? The numbers are obviously not in favor of Vivv. You have these Hulks here. I mean, it's 145 HP, 5 attack, 3 melee armor. This should be a pretty darn good fight for Vivv as well. No, don't delete the walls if you're Vivv. You're taking a great fight there. Well, Crocs is also almost ready to click up. I mean, his population is really good. And now that you have the Hulks here back in the front, this is exactly what you want to see here if you are the Crocs. And here we go, guys. All right. Just going to be focusing down the enemy dock. Remember, Vivv only had 2 docks to play with until a second ago. And again, this is just fundamentally the counter unit, right? Hulks counter fire ships. Yeah, Vivv is super dead. All right, guys, you want to see how to beat the fast imp play? Go for a ton of fishing ships and a slower castle age time because you know that doesn't really matter, and then you just apply so much pressure that they don't have the docks to make the fire ships they need. You force engagements before your opponent has Imperial Age upgrades, and then you start to snowball to victory. Makes sense. I did question the Crocs because I thought he was trying to mirror Vivv, but I was mistaken because Crocs wasn't trying to mirror Vivv. He was trying to hit a timing because he was saying, you know what, I'm not going to also try and fast imp. I'm just going to apply a ton of castle age pressure to you. You know what? This is why I say I love learning. I love learning about AoE. And there's the GG, guys. Crocs is 1 game away from knocking out Vivv. Let's go! Smart move. 82 ships made to 32. Way ahead in everything collected. Even got a relic somewhere along the way. I mean, well done from Crocs. Good game start to finish. Alrighty. Beat Miguel? Oh, did he? Okay, that's not bad either. Yep, Croc certainly did his homework. Is Vivv really better on water? In theory, yes, the oysters were very helpful. And Vivv has left the lobby. The melting dragon ships? I mean, again, it was literally the counter unit, right? It's like you have 40 pikemen against 15 cavalier, right? The pikemen are still going to win that and win that easily just because you have so many of the literal counter unit, even if it is an age behind. They're in the lobby again. Hello, Gagrati. This could be the actual first, like, huge upset of the tournament. Look at this Corgi on full alert. Stop. We didn't see the first two games, but last game, yeah. Crocs did great. Upset? I mean, it's not like it's upsetting me that Crocs is winning. I just want to see the better player win, right? But it's interesting. Yeah, I mean, the numbers were not even close. Like thing at random things I've searched on the shopping website? Oh, that's creepy. Dash. What are you doing, little dog? With Shu? I don't know. Again, I didn't see the first two games. Looks like game number 4 will be on Komir. The draft? Well, I didn't know what the first two games were. And I thought we'd be getting right into the next game. So I was like, there's no reason to pull up the draft and figure out what the first two games were. But then, no. Alright, looks like the first games were Migration and Nomad. Failed to download match content. Frickin' awesome. Love that bug. Alright, Crocs winning Aquarina, Vivv winning Nomad. Back into DE. Then game number 1 was the Malay over Bengalis, and then Spanish over Bengalis, Spanish over Persians, and then Italians over Chinese. All right. Yeah, the I don't know what's up with Capture Age and the ropes, but yeah, the ropes don't show up in Capture Age for whatever reason. Alrighty, guys, here we are. Game number 4. Tournament life on the line. Remember, guys, it is a single elimination bracket tournament. We'll have Vivv in the red as the woo to the northwest. And to the southeast in the blue. One game away from probably mathematically one of the larger upsets in recent memory. So we have Vivv playing the evil Three Kingdoms Civ, and Crocs playing the tried and true beacon of hope, good Age of Kings Civ, the Vikings. I think it's pretty fair that, you know, we need to root for who we need to root for. Anyway, Benanji, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. All right, let's see what the plan is here. Not sure. Honestly, it's so weird because Vikings felt so helpless without fires, but now that they have hulks, it feels like they don't even need fires. It's so weird. It's like they go from one warship that they can effectively use in early to mid game to 3. But Britons. Yeah, remember guys, Wu get 55 food whenever they build a military building or a dock. Their infantry regenerate HP, which is great for a men-at-arm rush, which is one of the best strategies on this map. And in this version, they get careening and dry dock for free. So they get 1 free pierce armor in... Wait a minute, it says free. Do they still get them an age earlier? Hold on, let me double check. No. I guess because it's built at the university now? So it wouldn't make sense for them to get it early. Okay, so no early careening or dry dock. You just get 1 extra pierce armor for free. Oh, hey, this is actually kind of neat. I think this is a change. So in, the tech tree, you can see the cost of any unit or upgrade, right? But now it shows free. When your civilization gets an upgrade for free. So, like, if we go over to Vikings, does it show that for wheelbarrow and handcart? No. Of course not. Maybe I need to actually be on Crocs' POV for it. Yes, okay, so it has to be on your POV. But then you can see the correct cost? Huh. Interesting, interesting. Learning. Alright, so looks like this TC has dealt a fair amount of damage already, so looks like Vivv Scout not having the best time with things. And we shall have to see what these guys go for. And both of these are excellent men-at-arm rush civs. HP regeneration and free food does make Wu a little bit better in my eyes, because Vikings, as strong as their eco is, it's not really a Dark Age eco boost. I mean, yes, you do have a cheaper dock, which is nice, don't get me wrong. But in terms of, like, early game men-at-arm rush bonuses, there are just other civs that are better at it, and in my mind, Wu are one of those civs. Just because you get dock plus barracks is 110 free food, whereas Vikings save, whatever 15% of 150 is. Which is, 22? Anyway, 4th fishing ship coming out here for Vivv. And, I mean, I'm talking all about men-at-arm rushing, and there isn't a barracks yet, which is very surprising. Like, I don't remember the last time I've seen this map where neither player men-at-arm rushed. Okay, never mind. He's having a barracks rushed up. Never mind, guys. Never mind. Boom in that pond? Viper would. Hashtag, what would Viper do? No, he's absconding with a pig! Oh, my goodness. Man, if he were in Minnesota, this would be illegal. For anyone who watched the most recent John Oliver episode. Apparently, it's in the law books in Minnesota that it is illegal to hold a competition where the capture of a pig that is, quote, oiled, greased, or otherwise is the primary objective. You gotta love that the lawmakers were like, okay, can't grease the pig, you can't oil the pig. I don't know how else that you were going to make a pig slippery, but I'm sure if it's not made clear or all-encompassing, people are going to find a way to make a slippery pig. Oh! That go into law? I'm sure it involved somebody greasing a pig and then a bunch of drunk people in Minnesota trying to chase down and catch a pig, and somebody got themselves hurt or killed. Yeah, the War of the Pig. I'd recommend the oversimplified video on that for sure. Kentucky wrestling? Man, I didn't see that when I was in Kentucky. I should have checked that out. Alright guys, Hulks are out here for the Crocs. Men-at-Arm is in for Vivv, but thus far they haven't really gotten that much done. Extra walls here at the back. And you do have a very low HP scout, so its ability to actually do anything to the Vil is extremely limited. Does get a hit in right there. Meanwhile, it is just Hulks. Just regular old Hulk Russian here on the side. Now, the Crocs is having some idle time. You can see that Vivv is ahead by almost 300 resources. 5 fishing ships, 3 we have arson coming in, excuse me. Or if the pirates upgrade, then it's arson. What are these? These are the new ship, the Hulk. Hashtag, exclamation mark, new navy. Basically, it's the, not replacement, but it fills the role more clearly of the new navy of demo ships against. Hulk, hashtag new navy, yeah. The only one who enjoys these bad puns? I enjoy them, that's why I make them. And then Debbie tells me that, you know, I'm not going to find a girl if I just keep on making bad jokes and laughing at my own jokes. And to her, I scoff. Scoff, I say. Alright, Forging's going to be in here for Vivv. That's going to be huge. Remember, guys, the Hulks triple dip into the attack upgrades. Forging affects all 3 hooks that the Hulks shoot out. German humor? Yeah, I know. Right, exactly. Alright, DBA now coming in for Crocs. Vivv does not have that upgrade. It's almost impossible to be able to afford double bit axe if you're also Men-at-Arm rushing on a map like this. Thank you for the validation, chat. I appreciate it. Building ship to build docks, seawalls, and sea towers. I think it's interesting. I'm sure it's something the devs have considered. I don't know if it would be good or not. But, I mean, we have seawalls, sea gates, and sea towers in the game already, so having fishing ships able to construct those doesn't really feel like, you know. I completely lost my train of thought. Not enough coffee. Oh yeah, the assets are already in the game for sea docks, sea walls, docks, sea walls, sea gates, and sea towers, so it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to have fishing ships build them. Trying at some, I mean, yeah, there's still a lot they can do with the water. Not like this has to be the end-all, be-all. How much damage? The house has taken almost as much damage as a castle has HP. Oh my goodness. That's wild. I mean, that's a lot of idle time. You can see Vivv's getting really far ahead in resources at the moment. It's 14 Hulks to 11, with Forging now in here for our blue player. And of course, Vikings have that discount. Horrors of War, yeah, basically. Alright. Obviously, this is going to be a very important fight here, but we are right here near the dock of Vivv, so his reinforcements will be here, and he's garrisoning the fishing ships. This is exactly what I was hoping he would do. Just get those arrows and really start to leverage the fact that the Hulks have very low pierce armor at only 1. Yeah, Vivv is up. Crocs is not even close, and this is just all that Men-at-Arm base disruption, even if they didn't get any kills. Look at this. Vivv is 500 food ahead. Crocs is, you know, 200 wood ahead, but how much does that matter considering that he spent it all repairing a house? So yeah, this is looking much, much, much better for Vivv. There was just simply never anything to deal with these Men-at-Arms, and they caused so much economic inefficiency that they paid for themselves many times over without even getting a single kill. This phone must be fully charged. All right. Vivv did lose his initial transport chip somewhere along the way, so he's going to need to replace that. But of course, as soon as he hits Castle Age, everybody's favorite unit in Age of Empires 2, the Qian Swordsman, will be available in full force for Vivv, and that will be very difficult for Crocs to even think about handling, especially as he is not fully walled himself. That's it. Vivv's eco balance kind of leaves much to be desired. Needs way more vills on gold if that's what he wants to do, which I would assume he wants to do. At the very least, just get Warhulk. Galleys? I have no problem. I've seen that issue that people have said they had before, where they say it's hard for them to differentiate between Hulks and Galleys, but I don't really have any issue with it. But if a lot of people have an issue, obviously, then that's something that they can visually tweak. Man, don't be a transport ship in Vivv's Navy, man. All right, Qian Swordsman on the way. I freaking love Qian Swordsman. Right, medium warships coming in. And again, guys, remember that the Castle Age Hulks don't actually have any more attack than the Feudal Age Hulks do, and the same goes for the Carax. What the Castle Age ones get is more melee armor, more HP, and a faster attack speed. You can see they're going to go from 1.75 to 1.5. One more melee armor and 25 more HP. Yes, Dash is very excited for some reason. More than I get to use them? Exactly. Oh, that was a good demo hit. Oh, no. The demos still are strong. They're just more situational. How much damage? Guys, these men-at-arms have dealt almost 10,000 damage. Holy cow. Vivv bringing us to the rubber match. Oh, boy. 10,000 damage from your first 3 men-at-arms. That is wild. I know, like, basically all went into houses that got repaired, but that's still so many resources that were spent, and so much lost villager time. Yeah, you can stack hulks like you can basically any other ship. Only hulks? I mean, I've casted at least a decent amount of this tournament already, and that is not surprising. But we are now all tied up at 2 apiece. That is the Wu over the Vikings, and so we'll probably have Japanese versus Dravidians for Water Nomad. Ah, yes, the Corgi has abandoned me. Oh, I'm sorry, that was a win there for Vivv. Now you're just stuck with my ugly mug. Sorry. Feels bad, man. Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, Water Nomad is a pretty sad map most of the time. It's very, very rare to get a good game of Water Nomad. It should just be Dravidians versus Japanese. But we will see. Can the Crocs pull up one of the bigger upsets in quite a while? Just the Hulk? Nope. I think the devs are doing the smart move here where they are adding in the Hulks. They're going to balance the Hulks as best they can, because that's going to take several, iterations. And then you can retroactively go back and give civs unique bonuses for Hulks. I think that's much safer than just adding in a bunch of civ bonuses for Hulks before the unit's even remotely balanced, because then it's going to be hard to judge just how balanced the unit is overall. Water Nomad? Probably a while ago. Probably. Demo back? I mean, I would like to see demos more situational. But so far, I wouldn't say that it's either an upgrade or a downgrade. The new water. It's just more complicated, and there's just a lot more to learn. It should be Japanese Dravidians. I mean, it's not like Koreans and Portuguese would be, like, bad, but it definitely would make the most sense, I think, to play the fastest civs possible, which in this case are Japanese and Dravidians. All about speed. All right, 56 seconds, and we will be getting into game number 5. The small pond meta? Yeah. Well, I think that's just an issue of the small pond maps as opposed to the small pond meta specifically, because I really don't like the meta either in current balance. Yeah, those are auto bans. Not the autobahn. They're auto bans. University are too crowded. It does feel like there's a lot going on visually at both the dock and the university now. It was fires plus demos? Exactly. Improved? Exactly. I mean, at least it's not worse. Anyway, guys, look at this. Okay, long rush distance. It will have the Crocs in the blue as the Dravidians to the west of Water Nomad, and to the east in the red as the Japanese. It will be Vivv. The question is simply going to be, is the rush distance long enough here that you can survive being a little bit slower to feudal age? Because normally, it's all about just the fastest you can possibly get up to feudal age and just how quickly you can vomit out warships at your opponent. We saw that in the last series between Viper and Andre. So we'll have to see if that's going to be any difference here, because, I mean, this is one of the longer rush distances I've seen players go for on this map. So far, scouting seems pretty good for both players. They are both collecting a good amount of water buffalo. Very early loom for Vivv. That maybe is a mistake somewhere. I mean, there's nothing that can attack you right now. The map doesn't have any aggressive fauna, and you don't start with any units that deal damage other than villagers. Extra carry capacity. So it shouldn't matter that much here, because in early game you can just force drop off resources if you need to. But because you end up fishing relatively far away from the dock very quickly here, I mean, look at this for the Crocs. He's going to be having to sail, you know, reasonably far away very early on. Then the extra carry capacity is a very nice bonus. Wind system? Okay, so here's how this... Anything that is either random or slows down your units is extremely annoying to play with. Like, that would just be really annoying. One of the least fun things you can have in a video game is having your unit slowed down. Especially if it's random. It's like units having less range at night. Like, there are some things that just... You need to simplify for it being a good, fast-paced video game experience. Yeah, exactly. The Hydaspes scenario, it's really annoying having your units be very slow. I mean, it works for, like, a single campaign scenario, but... I mean, for a campaign scenario, you can do a lot of different things. You can put in a gimmick for a scenario here and there, but... not something that I would be too bothered with one way or the other. Anyway, 12 Water Buffalo here versus 11. I guess there's 12, 13 there. Randomly die from illness? Yeah, like, again, they're... Removing... making gameplay less streamlined, like just basic unit interactions less streamlined for realism sake, does not feel like a good idea for AoE. Yeah, exactly. That's why the White Feather Guard's snare effect is actually very inoffensive. Because, I mean, it's a 20% speed decrease, but because the White Feather Guard itself is very slow, it doesn't really matter all that much. Anyway, it's Hulkin time, baby. A melee attack? I mean, yeah, a range CC would be awful. Imagine if there was like a Mangonel that just had a CC effect. Like, it didn't do damage, but it just slowed enemy units. It shot a net instead of rocks. Or you could toggle on a Mangonel between throwing a net and throwing rocks. Oh man, that would be so fun to play against. You go for a net attack to slow them down, and then you just switch over to your rocks and immediately kill them. And a melee attack, we don't need fishing ships to have an attack. That doesn't really feel all that necessary. Alright, Town Watch actually coming in at the same time for both players, but the Crocs is simply up faster, and he has more warships. He's on the 3 docks right now. Vivv, meanwhile, is only on the 2. And although the Hulks aren't really the best against buildings, it's still going to be a lot of units here for Crocs just to keep on producing. Both players do have double bid-axe. Res collected are heavily in favor of Crocs, actually. I mean, Duridians are just, I think, a little bit better of, like, a full-blown aggressive water sieve because you have so many saved resources / extra resources early on. Especially on this map, right? Because it's not like you're going for a bunch of lumber camps or a bunch of, mining camps, mills. Vivv has built both of those buildings. I mean, he does get essentially an extra 100 wood as far as that goes, but you get 200 wood for free, plus another 75 wood in saved housing space. Anyway, no units have died thus far, but the Crocs is still at a huge advantage. 3 more villagers, 0 seconds idle time versus 35 seconds. That wouldn't be obnoxious at all? Exactly. Going guys, yeah, I'm a little surprised as well. I would think that on a map like this, it would just be full-on galley rush. Fishing ships are fleeing for now, though. Okay, yeah, that's within the dock's range. And the dock is getting a bit low. No forging upgrade yet for either player. Oh, okay, there we go. First fishing ship was sniped, and it was sniped by the Crocs, who's doing a pretty good job of multitasking with his units. Still have to pay attention there. Blacksmith, Crocs does, but he doesn't really have much food income. Vivv, meanwhile, does not. Okay, there's forging coming in. And like I said, that is so huge here for these Hulks. But I'm still just kind of surprised. Okay, demo coming in. That could be huge. And I think also part of the reason is, like, mixing in a few fires or a few hulks to serve as a meat shield is nice to have. Mixing in 1 or 2 galleys just isn't useful most of the time. Okay, 2 seconds now. It's in. Forging is in, and he's going away from the dock just in case there's a demo. Really smart play here from the Crocs. And it is going back. No, the other way around. Oh, but the demo comes out on the wrong side. What? Oh, he's just going for the snipe here, guys. Oh. Oh, no. Okay. I mean, that's where the damage nerf is huge there, because otherwise it would have done so much more damage. But yeah, honestly, Vivv's dead. He is super dead. 13 kills to 1 death? Oh my god. I mean, it just goes to show how insane the hulks are with the forging upgrade. I mean, now it's in for Vivv, but... oh my goodness, guys. We are going to have, again, one of the largest upsets in terms of somebody knocking out a much, much higher rated player in a tournament. I mean, Vivv literally was just at a LAN event. And he is looking mighty dead here in this series. 9 villagers behind. I mean, even discounting fishing ships, Crocs still has 5 more villagers, in part thanks to his better macro. So, Crocs would have beaten Miguel and Vivv to advance to the round of 32, which is already really, really impressive. That dock goes down, and Vivv's now only on 1. Also lose those houses at this rate, and now I'd love to see a switch into galleys. You have so many hulks on the field, and galleys are a lot better at, like, harassing villagers who are trying to mine or chop wood. Man, it's negative melee armor versus negative anti-building damage. That's very confusing. Meanwhile, Vivv doing his best to counterattack, but it's just not looking good for him. Fishing lines now incoming. We are again, on 9 fishing ships right now. There's a defensive tower. Oh, those vills could be in for a bad, bad day here. Owie. Oh, is Doubt the next one? Oh, boy. Yeah, that'll be a tough one. But if Crocs could even give us a good series against Doubt, I would be mightily impressed. I mean, again, this is somebody I've literally never heard of before today. Bonus damage negation. Oh my goodness. That's another kind of berry, and yeah. That's it, guys. All you need are hulks. Just hulks, villagers, and fishing ships, and that's all you need for a 3-2 win. Meaning, oh, cool, cool. The Crocs did it, guys. Wow. Color me impressed. Defeating Vivv and knocking him out of Thalassocracy Cup 2. Oh boy. Oh boy, boy, oh boy. What's next? What's next? Alright, so... looks like there isn't another match for an hour. Got Dogao versus Hope and Sebastian versus Neoz. Thalassocracy is ruled by C in Greek. Also the name of the Malay unique tech that upgrades your ships to harbors. For the melee tech? Well, I mean, I guess it makes them better on the sea. Alright, I think what we're gonna do is... we're gonna cast Lewis versus Lix. Because I don't know the results of that one. And then when that one... and then hopefully by the time that's done, we can go ahead and catch another live set. Because we have like an hour of downtime. Right. Let me go ahead and pull up the recs for that. Actually, did they post them on the Discord? That'd be even better. Looks like they do. Perfect, perfect. Right, just give me a moment here. Graphs. Alrighty. So, we are good to go here on Comir. And indeed... oh, no, we're almost at our maximum cloud capacity. No idea what any of that means. Alright, let me set up the scoreboard. Needing cloud, I guess. Here we are, guys. Game number 1. This set was literally just from a few hours ago, so not an old set whatsoever. It will have Lix in the red as the woo. Here to the southwest of the map, and to the northeast in the blue as the Japanese. It will be Lewis. Gonna rain soon in my area, yeah. Lix stream delay? Uh-oh. Someone check Lix's stream delay. I have a feeling that's not a mistake he is going to make again. Get up here in early game since they are Rex after all. So both of these civs are very good. Lewis, certainly very, very good up-and-coming player. Grinding AoE like no one else except Hera is right now, I think. But he still hasn't actually had a big, big tournament result yet. He did well, what was it, Valhalla? No, not Valhalla. Sudden Disaster, maybe? Upper Rectal, yeah. So, I mean, like, he's done well in A-tier events. And this is another A-tier event, technically, but this is still probably one of the bigger events out there. Anyway, it looks like Lewis just faster out with his early fishing ship. Actually, way faster dock, significantly later for Lix. I mean, Japanese can go for an early dock, but still very good build order here from Lewis. And so, look at all this rotting, man. Does he think he's Jerchins or something? S to the M to the H. In Jerchins, we saw them once, and they were terrible. I mean, they're not a civ you want to play on water maps. You haven't seen Malians at all in this tournament, which I do think is interesting. Because they're still a good aggressive civ, especially on hybrid maps. Alright, Lix already has the barracks in. We'll have Feudal Age queued up just right there. Lewis going to be clicking up just one villager later. Actually, no, at the same time, he has one more fishing ship. Rather abysmal. Yeah, but like, on the current balance, you see them in tournaments all the time. On hybrid maps. Anyway, both players are going with a Men-at-Arm Rush. As we've seen, it is just one of the most popular strategies on this map. And it always feels like it gets something done. Alright, that should be fine. And already, Lix over here with his militia, but Lewis's quick walls here are very, very good. He's got his 2 lumber camps, he's got his mining camp, and just bing, bang, boom, all here in this tight little area. Meanwhile, for his part, Lewis on the other side of the map, and you can just see the base here for Lix is so much more difficult to defend. Archery range is trying to be rushed up. Those vills are walled in. These quick walls need to be on point. He only has 1 lumber camp. That tree is also about to be overchopped, guys. Uh-oh. And the scout's already here. It's going to find the villagers. Okay, that's a good quick wall there, but you still need to be careful. Okay, good quick wall there. I mean, this is tough here for Lix. Lewis actually, I think, misclicked there a little bit. Probably still fine. Archer's coming in now. Arson's on the way. That said, the Japanese men-at-arms are going to still be better at tearing down buildings than are the Wu ones. And the one villager repairing is still going to be doing just fine. Couple more vills going on over to gold. Do we have an archer range here for Lewis? Yes, we do. He's got an archer on the way. So, very aggressive opening for each player. But at the end of the day, it is 6 fishing ships to 4. So, you just having those extra early resources as Japanese, extremely helpful here for Lewis. You can see there are 2 hulks out versus 2 hulks out, so that's all even as well. And just by virtue of having a stronger Dark Age, Lewis seems to be in a great spot, as the actual damage that these 2 sides have dealt to each other seems fairly comparable. Look at this. Actually, Lewis targeting down the 1 unit that doesn't regenerate HP on his opponent's side, which I really like. A woozer? Is that a user of the Woo Civ? A woozer? Alright, Blacksmith now coming in here for Lix. Both players do have double bid axe, so again, things are still very even between the 2 players so far. They both have transport chips over here that are basically bridges. And what is that villager doing? Oh, homie was in the wrong part of town. First major slip up here of the game, and it will cost Lix a villager. 4 walls coming in over here, and you have to be careful. The hulks are right nearby. And at the moment, it just feels like Lewis's mechanics are just, you know, because they're a little bit better than Lix's, which is exactly what we would expect. Why aren't you garrisoning, Lix? Just garrison, dude. Forging coming in as well, and oh no, an archer goes down. Oh no, everything is going wrong right now for Lix. Oh no. I guess that is still going to be a good fight here on the water for Lix, but it's still a very rough situation overall. Yes, you now have that extra forging upgrade, but for the moment, Lewis is escaping, and again, it's just this idle eco right now for Lix is a deal. And Lewis is just having very little to no idle TC time. Hey, T-West. 314 on Hulks. That remains to be seen. They can be pretty good in situations where you want to just go Hulks right away, and you can force an engagement with those Hulks. But the issue remains that they still don't have an eco bonus, and they have no real other anything else going for them on water maps. Okay, here we go. Lix does get a fishing ship kill there, but this eco discrepancy just feels like it's only increasing over time. Lewis? I mean, there is a lot happening on the map right there, but these men-at-arms, guys, with that forging upgrade... Uh-oh. Hulk plus Scout. Land Madness with Pawns. Guys, Land Madness with Pawns sounds like a peak AoE 2 tournament map. Well, the KD is getting closer, but again, it's just the eco. Like, even with that big slip-up, Lewis still has a positive KD. He's still in an advantageous spot economically. Got 2 more vills and 1 more fishing ship, and he's been keeping his villagers working much more efficiently, so... It's like, what's the advantage really here for Lix? I mean, it's just pure macro and mechanics at this point. Lix a little bit ahead in gold, but behind by 400 food and 700 wood on a water map. Of course, you have to be careful with your Hulks. They both have the same number of upgrades, but look, it's 9 Hulks to 4 at the moment. And Castle Age coming in for Lewis. This is probably going to be a killer. Is this like a meme or something? That this is T-West's tournament? I don't understand. Oop. Archer's here, a bit annoying. But Castle Age is going to be in, and it's going to be tough to stop. Hulk number is still heavily in favor of Lewis. Even with a decent fight here, it still feels really underwhelming. Market on the way here for Lix, but he is just so far behind at this stage. I mean, Lix is taking slightly advantageous fights, and I mean, that's also pretty good. 2 more kills. But if he's so far behind in resources and so far behind in timing, then it's going to be quite tough. Mr. West tournament by default? Okay, that's fair. I can get behind that. Alright, Castle Age on the way here for Lix. Only because of the water? I'm as confused as you are, man. Alright. Mail armor on the way. Medium warships coming in. And right now, this naval advantage for Lewis, despite taking some bad fights, it's sort of like Lewis has his eye on the prize. Lewis is doing everything right that matters. Looks like the units here of Lix have been largely chased off. Now, 4 villagers are going to get the barracks down, so that's not going to be an issue. Wait, why did those fishing ships ungarrison? That's kind of weird. Whatever. Whatever. Lewis is going to be able to drop a lumber camp here to the north. Want to expand your economy, of course, to one of the extra islands relatively soon. And here you are. Now the Qian swordsmen are going to be on the way, and I freaking love this unit. Other water tourney? US hosted cartographers. So that wasn't really a water tourney. It was a 2v2 tourney. US host a water tournament that I'm not thinking about? Oh, wow, actually Lewis buying back some stone to get another TC down. Monastery coming in here as well, but the first monk's already going to be out, so you're totally fine here as Lewis. Villager numbers are even. Or like old Huskarls? I mean, Huskarls have... When's the last time Huskarls have had their stats changed? I mean, Qian Swordsmen are basically just Huskarls that are better against villagers, regenerate HP, and don't need a castle to be built. Alright, now the Qian Swordsman is on the way. You do have the free careening upgrade as the Wu, which is nice against enemy ships, warships, as in war galleys, but doesn't help you at all against hulks. Oh, nice job here. That's going to be an insta right there. Bosaw also coming in now for Lewis, but things are still getting a bit closer. Their cost change, but wasn't that just to reflect the change in... Oh my goodness, another conversion. Like, didn't the Goths just have their own infantry discount adjusted? Their train time? Ah, okay. My bad. But yeah, the fact that Lewis also has these archers alive means that the Lix's own monks are going to be significantly less effective than they otherwise would be. Huge balance change. I'm so sorry. Before the infantry rework. Well, swordsmen are better indeed in general right now. And of course, swordsmen are good against Huskarls. Not as good as they are against Qian swordsmen. Still good. Die to longswords? Well, it doesn't matter that Qian swordsmen die to longswordsmen because then you'll never see anyone making longswordsmen anyway. Yep. Alright, still just the one TC here for Lix, and he is just falling so far behind in economy. Defensive Watchtower is in, although that doesn't really help you all that much. Oh, what is this monk doing, man? Oh, why did that monk leave the safety of the monastery? That doc's having a rough time of things. I mean, yeah, Lix has his fish alive, but like his own villagers are so much less efficient. You just see the, again, the resources difference. Like this entire time frame in late feudal age, the eco is so much better for Lewis. Lewis is ahead in every resource right now and has a way larger army and navy. I mean, there's no practical part of this game in which Lewis does not have a big lead. Yeah, please don't spoil anything. Again, there's like another 40-ish minutes to kill before the next live set. So what we're going to do, or what we are doing rather, is just casting the set from earlier today. Again, the set's like 3 hours old. So very, very fresh set. Anyway, we already had the monks transported over here, so the Qian swordsmen are likely going to be significantly less efficient, as the monks can, of course, jump in and out of the tower or the town center, whichever they want to, I guess. And I guess once the Qian swordsmen are committed is when you're going to unleash the monks. Demo raft incoming, but yeah, I mean, none of this matters at all. I don't even know what that was. Lewis. Okay, Lewis has had some weird slip-ups. It's so bizarre because it feels like Lewis has done literally everything wrong except the stuff that actually wins him the game. Vills? Oh, okay. I know that sounds really weird for me to say it, but I think if you're watching this game, you have to agree with me. Everything has gone wrong except for the stuff that wins him the game. That's just, he's ahead in resources, he's ahead in army, he's ahead in navy, he's got his second TC here, he's fully established in the northern portion of the map. Barracks, yeah. The classic Troyes in Joan of Arc 4, building the barracks next to your base. Alright, here we go. Lewis. He's gonna mark it, right? Yeah, he's gonna mark it. Annoying here for Lewis, but he's still fine. Oh, I like the Gen Swordsman coming in here to the north, but the thing is all the Vills are here anyway, so there isn't that much to raid except by this watchtower. Terz! No, 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 this is where the fire archers come in! Oh, no. Oh, come on, man. You have the archers of fire. Anyway, Samurai are just going to absolutely obliterate Gen Swordsmen. Remember, Gen Swordsmen are unique units. I mean, you still have to be a little bit careful as Lewis, right? He doesn't have any more stone income. Lix is not even that far away from castle number 2. Monks are coming on back. Oh, yeah, the North CC. Huge here for Lewis. Now they're both petarding. Castle HPs are similar. 27 kills on this castle. I mean, a YOLO castle is oftentimes not a bad thing at all. Nice job there here from Lewis. Oh, that petard I think was actually sniped. And now if you just put the castle on auto-targeting the enemy castle, it will auto-attack a petard if the petard just pops out on its own. That's actually, it's a really weird thing that, like, if you can't just have the castle just auto-attack whatever comes nearby if you have already tasked the castle to attack something else. That was absolutely awful for Lix, man. That was just terrible. That was so bad! The petards literally popped out at the back and the villagers at the front, and the castle just immediately sniped them. Oh my goodness. But I needed to have the gather point right next to that. Right next to the castle. I mean, the game was already very bad for Lix anyway. Was Spain considered a Thalassocracy? Considering the relative strength of the Spanish Armada until, you know, England and whatnot. Drake. Yeah. I think that's a fair characterization. Not that I'm like a super expert or anything. Japanese over Woo. First and the Vills later. Yep. That is extremely correct. And what a surprise. Nomad is the next map. Who would have thought a Chinese player would pick Nomad? Not me. Again, we'll just keep it on ×2 speed here in Dark Age. And here we have a TC to the south for Lewis, in the blue as the Persians, and way to the north in the red as the Spanish. It will be Lix. So 2 of the very best sips for this map, and it's not necessarily a 1-to-1, okay, longer rush distance is better for Spanish, because, like, on the one hand, you can more safely get up to Castle Age to go for your conquistadors. But on the other hand, you go fast castle, you go for your conquistadors, and Lewis could still just be in Castle Age himself in not too bad of a time. And then, you know, go for his skirmishers or cav archers to defend against it. Just a colonial state. Yeah, it's hard to say, like, what's the difference between a Thalassocracy and what would become the European colonial empires? Well, Europe plus Japan. Because when you think of a Thalassocracy, you think of stuff like ancient Greece, like Athens. You think of, you know, Srivijaya, whose, like, entire power base, you think of Venice as well, of course. whose like entire power came from the fact that they controlled important trading routes on the water, as opposed to like any sort of land possession. 17th century. Again, like, where do you draw the line between a modern-day colonial empire and, like, a thalassocracy? You know, I think, if anything, the Portuguese would be more of a thalassocracy than the Spanish were. Especially with the way that their empire was set up, where they just kind of had their trading posts. They weren't as interested in taking over large swaths of land. Didn't colonize. Again, yeah, it's like, where do you draw that line? That's true, they did form colonies. But considering that the word thalassocracy was literally first used by them to apply it to themselves, you'd think you'd have to give them the thalassocracy title. Now, I mean, it's interesting, right? It's not like there's, like, any real, you know, hard and fast legal definition. These are just terms that we use to help categorize and better understand the different, you know, political structures throughout history. It's not like there's a right or wrong answer here. Anyway, Lick's going fast castle conks. Lewis trying to go for some aggression on the water, like it's Persians versus Spanish on Nomad. Alright, Lewis is up. Gonna be likely to go for the Hulks right away. Indeed. Put this on real time. And Persians, double Hulk production, double bit axe on the way. We're all good. The Huns, yeah. Carthage was, I mean, I would have considered Carthage a thalassocracy. Not that I'm an expert on that part of history. But on the other hand, Carthage also was a colonial state. They colonized Iberia. Carthage itself was a colony of the Phoenicians. So again, it's like, where does a colonial empire begin and a thalassocracy end? Well, I mean, the American civs aren't good naval civs anyway. They didn't get bodied by the Romans at first. The Romans were just very good at war making and really good at not giving up until they won. The Penguins are a thalassocracy. Can't argue with that logic. Oh, gotta be careful. If anything, the Penguins are not a thalassocracy because, you know, they are hard countered by seals and orcas. Alright, Loom coming in here from Licks. He will still be able to click up to Castle Age without any problem. Yeah, 70% let. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that I'm pretty sure the Third Punic War was basically just a massacre, but there was very real opportunity for Carthage to win both of the first two. I'm going to argue the USA is a thalassocracy. I'm going to go with no. Dido and not Livo. Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, there's a lot of historical arguments for what if. Anyway, Lewis is still getting a very good castle time. I mean, Lewis knows exactly what you need to do here. Go for some aggression on the water. Make sure you can harass your opponent's fishing eco. And then just get your own castle time as quickly as possible behind them. Make sure you're safely walled. Actually, I mean, to be fair, Lewis isn't really all that well walled right now. Polar bears north? Well, I mean, eventually the polar bears, you go so far north, and they end up going south again. Unless the polar bear happens to live exactly at the North Pole. Wasn't set up for total war. Exactly, that's what I was saying, is that the Romans were just better at a total war. They were hamsters? Exactly. Shuffle. And you could say that that was in part because Rome wanted to create an empire, right? The Romans were pretty big on just fighting everybody they could and taking all their land. Whereas Carthage was like, this is annoying. Can we just get back to making money? I mean, it wasn't as martial a culture as the Romans were. "5 minutes after Fabian Warfare? Uh-huh. Anyway, I mean, this is like so many games of Nomad I've seen. Incas were Thalassocracy? I find it hard to argue against that. Alright, the stone walls are coming in. Are they on time? I think they're probably fine. There's a game going on? Yeah, there is. Themselves or their allies? I definitely only ever defended. Yeah, for sure. Carthage? I mean, if Carthage really wanted to help reinforce Hannibal, instead of trying to send him back home, of like, you know, it's not like he could exist literally forever in Roman territory. Empire in Spain. Harder to peel off. Well, yeah, and of course the Romans were the ones who were they had way more land to work with in their own heartland than the Carthaginians did, and a way larger pool of people to pull from. And part of that is that, again, they just had a larger territory, and they had more people that were actually integrated into their empire more effectively. A like up? I have no idea. I wasn't there. It does get the kill there. Lex is still 5 vills behind. Northern Africa? Oh, yeah, certainly. Much, much more so than now. Much more desertification. I mean, obviously the Sahara Desert was still very much a thing. It's just, it didn't extend quite as far north. I mean, right now, it's like, you go to modern-day Tunisia, Libya, Algeria, Morocco, and it's like, that land is going from arable to desert real fast. You know, as soon as you get away from the Mediterranean. Or sometimes even on the Mediterranean. Anyway, Lix is, again, this is exactly what you need to do here. Yes, Lewis lost some vills here and there, but he's Persians. He has the fishing ships. He is doing just fine. Greeks were the Carthage heartland. That was before the Second Punic War, right? Because the Greeks were hired as mercenaries. And, you know, since Carthage lost and all, they didn't really want to pay them. If that's, I think, what happened. Am I able to zoom out? No, I think that's just all capture age. We can cast like this if you want. It looks like the Conks and a Mangonel are here. I think? You kill the Grey Blob, exactly. Yep, exactly. Is it unrelated? Oh, okay. My bad. Like I said, I am no expert on this. Yep, the kill there. Siege Workshop coming in. Lewis has secured stone. I mean, he didn't even need to secure the stone. He still had that stone at the back. Limited sources. I mean, when you go that long ago in history, it's honestly kind of a miracle that we know as much as we do in the first place. All right, castle coming in here. It would be a huge one. Remember, Lewis has no other gold income. I think he's scouting over here with skirmishers to maybe try and find another source of gold income. Oh, no. Okay, so it is essentially a one-for-one trade because the Cogs were helping out there. Of course, any sort of even trade is going to favor the guy who has more mangonels. And I've got another one coming out here. The skirmishers are still going to try and deny the castle. It's not like there are that many vills here to build. In fact, there's only 6. A lot of them are low HP. And now there's only 5 villagers. I mean, I know they're Spanish builders, but it's still a little eh. That said, at the end of the day, you're zoning away the skirmishers. Great hit there on the mangonel. Oh, very well done there by Lix as well. So yeah, this is exactly what you wanted to avoid as Lewis, and a lot of this just comes from the fact that he did not get this wall up in time. He was a little too greedy with that. He is adding a TC here to the east, but now he has no gold income. I guess this is technically still, for a little bit. I mean, this could be extremely difficult to defend. And, of course, Lick's not all in by any measure. He is adding in another TC. He's picking up his 3rd relic, even. Even though he's... Oh, dear. Siege Workshop goes down, and yet, it's not like Lix is getting that much damage done. And Lewis has found gold. I mean, he knows what he needs to do here. He's expanding out here to the east. If we look at the POV of Lix here, we can see that, okay, he is sending a monk here to scout for relics, and that will sort of incidentally find these villagers, I think. No way he misses it completely, right? I mean, he sees a skirmisher. Right? Right? Okay, he sees the TC. Doesn't know about the gold yet, though. Okay, now he sees that, too. But he's going to lose the monk anyway. Don't. It's just funny to make fun of any country, and especially one that is as prominent in terms of the general online cultural zeitgeist as the British are. It's like making fun of Americans, right? Well, TC does go down there, and yet Lewis persists. He's getting a university. He's not too far away from ballistics. Making fun of America's dad, basically. America and its siblings, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. And it's, you know, divorced wife, Ireland. You know, this works actually way too well. And France. Blacksmith going down. We do have ballistics on the way. Now, the big issue for Lewis is that food income. He is on 9 fishing ships, which is, like, okay, but not that great. We still have Lix applying pressure here on the water. Third TC coming in. You are generally doing the right things here as Lewis, and you could argue that Lix is kind of slow-rolling this a little too much. But good defense so far. Oh, wow. I thought that would Mangonel hit would work. Or hit. And it's actually Lewis who's going to get the kill. That said, those villagers are in a predicament. A lot of low HP units right now, though, here for our red player. Ballistics is huge, of course, for the skirmishers. Actually, England's first wife was Scotland, got divorced, then married Ireland, and then married Scotland again. Makes sense. It had an affair with India. India was, you know, they're half siblings. Be Wales? Wales was part of England for a very long time. It's what, the 1300s? It was Scotland who proposed? That's true. Alright, now Lewis is really starting to mine stone more intensively. Got bloodlines coming in. You are also going to be able to research husbandry in a moment. That is the third TC now coming in for Lix, but he still is way behind relative to his opponent. Half-siblings victims of genocide? Well, you know how domestic abuse and assault are most often with people that you know well? Same logic applies here. I mean, it was just England being incredibly abusive. SMH England. France, England. On again, off again. I mean, the cog numbers are getting pretty low again, and we actually have Lick switching more heavily over into the night line. As, I mean, it is still just skirmishers here. There are no monks even on the field. That said, we are on 16 fishing ships right now for Lewis. He has expanded his fishing eco again. After this, yes. Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, cogs can't be OP. They're countered by skirmishers. Like every other unit in Age of Empires. Got 2 rams here, so you will be able to punch down those stone walls and better attack either side of the map from your opponent. But I mean, look at this, guys. Lewis is about to click up to imp. He is almost 3,000 resources ahead. Neither player actually has very good eco upgrades. I mean, it is better for Lewis, technically, but not super impressive. They did receive bonus damage. They just didn't get extra bonus damage. Honks have always received bonus damage from skirmishers. Casting of LY Cup? What, as just you respect him as a caster? I mean, he wasn't at LY Cup. Up. The first good job he did. Oh no. I mean, yeah, it took a good fight there, but issue is that Imperial Age is coming on in. Well, considering I'm sure Hera paid him to cast on his account, I mean, you gotta go where, you gotta go with, who supports you. Well, yeah, I mean, it's the other unit in Age of Empires, right? You can go for 2 units. You can go for skirmishers or you can go for cav archers. What are you supposed to do? Make cavalry as Persians? Oh. recognize. It's not that Lix isn't recognizing water. I mean, Lix knows how to play Nomad, but he just doesn't think it's a priority or something that he can actually do anything about. How's it? Oh, I'm finally somebody. It's either a Bowser laugh or the Jabba the Hutt laugh. Both are very similar. Yeah, exactly. Those are. I do that laugh all the time. They sound eerily similar. No, it's both. It's weird how similar they sound. Yeah. Well, Lewis's starting base has been thoroughly demolished, but there is a Roman numeral 4 here as opposed to a Roman numeral 3 here, and that is pretty darn relevant. And Vivv, yep, that's Persians for you. And Lewis is booming. Still, the issue is that you don't have a castle on your opponent's castle, right? So if you had a castle here and were able to start, like, engaging in a Treb war, things would be looking a lot different than they are now, where, like, what do these Trebs even do for you right now? Not a whole lot, and this ram train is not slowing down. You have knights with at least +1/+1. And, I mean, you're still looking at 6.3k army here for Lix. Just now trying to round out your eco upgrades, but again, your fundamental issue is that what you have to challenge is you have murder holes coming in to, you know, help out against these units underneath the castle, but the issue is the rams, right? Just like if you were the Seattle Seahawks this week, the issue is the Rams. Obviously, Bill's not able to do much to their guard tower. Let's go. Oh man, turtle ships and war elephants in a single day. Buy towers to help deal with conquistador raids. Oh my goodness. Look at it. I could watch this all day, guys. Repairs are coming in. Perfect. The tower play. I mean, again, it's to help deal with the raids. But the Rams are still coming in and doing their rammy things. Tristan the Third? Exactly. Still more towers from Lewis. Well, Knights are still getting some value. Inquisition is in. Yeah, but again, this is the issue right now here for Lewis, is that these Trebs don't do anything and he's not developing a land army. So what Lewis is doing is he's just defending, but not actually getting anywhere in this game. He's throwing all of his resources into not dying because that's what he needs to do. And that is mission number 1. But it's like, where do you even go from there at this point? 100 villagers killed. And finally, Lix has the overall villager lead. He's still behind in resources, but, you know, eventually he's going to get ahead. Conquistadors versus Conquistadors. Love it. Gildet's just now coming in. Bowsaw coming in, and yet we do see Lix falling back for now. More guard towers! No, guys, Persians don't get arrow slits. Unless I'm very wrong about that. I could be wrong, I guess. No, they don't get arrow slits. Elite war chonkers, if only. But you're also running out of map control right now as Lewis. I mean, he's got enough gold to get, you know, keep him going in the short run and even enough stone, but doesn't really have much control left here to the south. We now have Imperial Age on the way for our red player. Arrow slip? Then you must have not gone for towers in late game. Oh, actually, the tower does do a good job of sniping the monks there. Conversion resistance, they sure do. Elephant archers don't, and ballista elephants don't, but war elephants and battle elephants do. Targeting rams automatically? It is the downside of murder holes. Alright, more conks and more knights are on the way. Arrow slits gives +1 attack to watch towers, +2 attack to guard towers, and +3 attack to keeps. Inquisition? Well, it was the only production building he had. It's all he's got! And dungeons? Oh, I'm so sorry. I mean, sniping all the monks is pretty cute, but obviously these war elephants are not sufficient. They only have +1 defense as their only upgrade. Like, I mean, yeah. Certainly would be good. Lewis still has the score lead, somehow. I mean, just... Yeah, I don't even know how he's got the score lead. But Lix has 4 relics. He's about to be at Imperial Age. OP? Yeah, it was in the Castle Age. And I think it was 246 or something insane like that. And balanced unit? I mean, to be fair, they're going up against skirmishers, which are the most fun and balanced unit. $67? 67 what? 246? Yeah, that's what I thought. Now it's 123. It was 246. Anyway, more relevant upgrades coming in. Don't say 6. What? Again, it's literally, it was his only production building until, like, literally right now. It's like, what are you guys, what does that number mean? Alright, Cavalier coming in. Sure, why not? Gen Alpha? It's a Gen Alpha thing? I can't even keep up with Gen Z slang. How am I supposed to go all the way to Gen Alpha? I literally learned what Riz meant like half a year ago. Oh, Citadel's coming in. Guys, I don't think Citadels will be sufficient. Sneak scouts? I mean, yeah, but this is the more important issue right here. Moving your hands like an... Oh my goodness. What, TS? No idea. Unless it's Taylor Swift. Mini Trev? Yeah, I mean, you literally have the turret right here to research it. TeamSpeak? Yeah, I never really used TeamSpeak. Yeah, it's just not something I really used. But I think that's probably has to do more with, like, growing up. It was the only online gaming stuff was on console. I mean, like, I played AoE online as a kid as well, but I only... Like, I never used voice chat. Heavy camels pop out, but yeah, this is still looking mighty bad here for Lewis. No MMOs? No, I was never really a WoW guy or a RuneScape guy. Well, they are all tied up. It is, in theory, time for the next set to start. The Chinese players in general are much more comfortable on Nomad. All right, so we have two choices here, guys. Either we can continue casting this set, maybe do it even on ×2 speed, or we could jump into the next set. Because in theory, we have Dogao versus Hope and Sebastian versus Niaz. So yeah, I think, especially since like they're not going to be drafting yet, we're just going to cast the rest on multiple speeds. One might even call it ludicrous speed. Yeah, otherwise I was going to cast Sebastian versus Niaz, indeed. Alright. Talk on ×2 speed? No. So Portuguese here to the north here for Lewis, and to the southeast in the red as the Italians. It would be Lix. They are tied up 1-1. And, I mean, we've seen a fair amount of immersion. It's a lot of hulking going on. The Portuguese are going to be pretty happy as you have both the discount on the hulks as well as the extra HP. And since hulks only deal 3 damage to each other, the extra 10% HP is going to be like, what, 2 to 3 extra hits to kill? So that's pretty good. Already walls coming up here from Lix. Both players look like they're clicking up at the same time, and indeed, there they go. 4 fishing ships with a 5th on the way. Some call it a 5th-shing ship. Percentage of sub money? I think it's 60%. Because I hit, like, the first threshold for Partner Plus or whatever that thing was. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 60%. Alright, nice kill there for Lewis. It's hulking time, baby. Guys, remember when these guys said it's hulking time and hulked all over the place? I remember. Yes, easily Lewis is the favorite to win this set. Looks like Castle H is coming in at the same time, but Lewis is taking good fights. If you donate money and gift you a sub? Not really, because the sub costs different in different places. Like, it costs me $5 to gift a sub, whereas if you live basically anywhere else, except, like, what, Switzerland? And maybe the EU right now? It's more expensive for me to gift a sub. Oh yeah, I mean, Denmark, Sweden, Norway as well. It's probably more expensive. Your pesos money. Thank you, Hyperion99. I appreciate it.
Take my pesos money.
Thank you, thank you, thank you for the 19 months. Well, then you live in a place that has a... Okay, so, I mean, the euro to dollar seems pretty, pretty even these days. But yeah, again, it's just different depending on where you live. Alright, this sure is a game of immersion. Peak hybriding going on right now. USD in the UK? Oh, really? Yeah, 7 is a lot. I mean, I think that's probably going to make more money for all the transactional services than anything else. Almost 9? That's, yeah, ridiculous. But I mean, I've spent some time in Switzerland. Swiss prices are wild. Alright, Lewis is on the way. I mean, this sure looks like one of the hybrid map games of all time. But Swiss salaries are also insane, so... I mean, it seems like Switzerland's fine so long as you make a Swiss salary. Hello, Mouse Puddles. I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. Oh boy, it's Siphons! Guys, Lick seems super dead. Lewis got ahead of Nico very early on. Uh-huh. They both basically did the same thing, but Lewis had an early lead in doing it. Isn't not Switzerland. I loved Switzerland, absolutely. No complaints from me there. Well, yes, I talked to Ellie as recently as yesterday. But Ellie has a good job. Like, she had a good job, and now she's getting an even better job. So Ellie's ship has come in, so to say. She's got her long-term boyfriend. She's got her good job. Good stuff. Because when Twitch changed regional pricing, now the currency's strong again. Oh no. Yeah, Ellie's all grown up finally. But, you know, according to the, you know, girl I went on a date with this past weekend, I'm not all grown up. I am immature. And I don't know what I want. I don't know what to do always, and I'm awkward. Tragedy. Because apparently I'm not, I don't know, manly and decisive enough to, when I drive 7 hours to visit her and take her out for a weekend. Mm-hmm. it definitely bums me out. That's normal. I mean, you know, obviously, it's not like we were long-term dating and, you know, there's obviously going to be plenty of other people out there. It just really stings that, you know, when you meet someone who's, like, really, really into you, and then you meet them in person, and they're like, oh, you're a disappointment in person. Especially after, I don't know, I think I gave her a very fun weekend. But such is life. Anyway, Lewis seems to be crushing this one. Well, Game 2 was the interesting one. Game 1 was actually fine as well, so... Looks like we casted those on full speed, and those were the ones that were worth casting on, you know, not super speed. Anyway, yeah, we'll cast Sebastian versus Neoz. I don't think Dogao versus Hope should be very close at all. So just gonna be a second to set everything up here. Right. Looks like they're in the middle of the Civ draft, so we have missed nothing. Covering the other set, so happy about that one as well. You like it? Oh yeah, and that's what Debbie and Ellie told me. That's what my parents told me. It just, sucks in the short run, especially when you were hitting it off really well with them before. All right, let's... No, don't delete the thing we don't want to delete. Getting ghosted? I mean, I'm on Hinge and not Tinder. But yeah. I mean, this wasn't like we only were messaging. Like, we were talking, like, texting, like, actual phone texting, like, every day for a few weeks. And we voice chatted several times as well. So, I mean, it's not like it was just, like, completely blind. I didn't know this person at all in real life. Like, we had talked to each other for quite a while. I mean, as far as these things go. I'm not going to put myself on that much of a limb. Yes, girls do like the corgi, but the corgi doesn't travel is the issue. Can't really bring him anywhere. He gets car sick. Ugh. Obliged? No, of course not. I mean, I'd rather somebody be honest, even if I think that their reasoning is unfair and disappointing, than just to either lie to me or to ghost me. Did I update the stream title? I did update the stream title. Alright. Oh, there's the Ketons pick. See if, I haven't seen the Keton double forging yet. We'll have to see how that one goes. Alright, so looks like Shoals is the first map. It's really hard with these civs because they're, like, all good on all of the maps. Sky IRL. Well, she said that, like, I projected a very confident and mature air with texting and with, talking online, but I was kind of shy and awkward in real life. But the thing is, I don't have a ton of dating experience, especially in my 20s. And she's had a lot more experiences with guys and, just dating and, being taken places and with, some older guys as well. And, like, I think she was just turned off by the fact that I was a bit shy and awkward, especially considering that I never met her before. I was driving 7 hours to a place I had never been before and was still the one in charge of doing everything, picking everything. Talking with chat. I mean, again, like, it's not an issue of not being able to talk. It's just, I think my body language and whatnot was probably a little bit shy and awkward. Don't know. Oh, absolutely. All right, so Shoals is going to be game number 1. I'll be right back. All right. Failed to download match content. But yeah, I mean, the lesson I took and the advice I would give, and it's something I try and live by, if you're going to put yourself out there for somebody and go on a date, especially if you're in an unfamiliar situation, do something that you're going to find fun regardless. Do something new and interesting. Do I like driving? I mean, I do it. I don't love it. I don't love the actual process of traveling, but I like being in new places. Spending 4 hours driving through Indiana is not my definition of a good time. New stuff fun? Well, you gotta find something new that's fun. Alright, let me go ahead here and set up the scoreboard. We are back to live games. Repetition? Yeah. Of course, the issue is that, especially if you're in my situation and I don't live near a city, like I don't live around a lot of people my own age. And the actual rate of even meeting up with somebody from an app is extremely low. Like, this was my only opportunity to even ever meet up with somebody in, like, what, half a year almost? So it's like, you gotta, if this is literally my only chance for, like, half a year, then you gotta take it. At least I have choice? Well, yeah, I'd much rather have choice than less than that. Anyway, we are here on Shoals. We'll have Niaz in the blue as the Mongols to the west, and Sebastian in the red here as the Portuguese to the east. Next to each other? Oh, like right here? I don't know. That feels like it's supposed to be sort of a long distance sort of map. If we had a player spawning like right here and Niaz spawning right there, that feels like it could be getting pretty rough. Mongols any good here? Mongols are basically good everywhere. There are very few situations in which Mongols are bad. Now, are they like the best choice in my opinion for this map? I don't really love it, especially because you can garrison fishing ships at this point. It feels like you'd rather just go fast castle most of the time. Isn't this standard Arabia rush distance? No, it's much closer. In for a serious relationship? What, you're saying the fact that I live with my parents and I don't have my full-time job yet means that I'm not in for a serious relationship? And I could easily end up moving halfway across the country? Niaz is kind of a weird lumber camp position. The job market in Zurich? I've looked for jobs overseas, but there really hasn't been anything. I sound immature? Well, I haven't really had any big opportunity to do something else yet. Yeah, kind of. I mean, like, it's a great lumber camp position, but it's kind of, like, far away from the TC, right? Little odd. I've tried. I've sent out over 100 job applications, and, like, 90 of them were in the DC area. But, alas, I have not heard back from anybody yet with a positive response. I mean, yeah, it's a very tough market. Both hard, indeed. I'm definitely not the only one who's struggling. Networking with people? Dude, like, that's the thing, like, a lot of the networking connections we were supposed to form when we were at university with our professors and people we'd have through internships. But I had a very complex and rocky road throughout my college degree gaining experience, so that didn't really work out. Yep, but like I said, many other people are in my similar situation. Anyway, they're both up at similar times, but with way more fishing ships here for Niaz. Was able to send more vills to wood early with Mongol Hunt. Kind of able to use it in a similar way to Lithuanians, where Lithuanians start with extra food so you can send vills to wood sooner. Niaz did something similar and went for the second dock. AoE content creator. It's a fun job. It just isn't a very well-paying job. Happened, but it seems even harder. Yeah, it's... I don't know. It just seems really hard to break into the job market. Yeah, and obviously the current administration doesn't help me in my field at all. But yeah, I mean, Portuguese are still going to be better on water here. I mean, Mongols, if you get to Mangudai in late game, they're still going to be extremely good versus Portuguese. But, like, unless you're in that exact situation, it feels like Portuguese are better for most of the entire game. To arrange an interview? I wish it worked like that. Especially since most companies say, do not contact us. Thank you, Inubd. Thanks for tuning in. Alright, DBA coming in, Loom coming in, and it will be a first stable, so it's going to go for some sort of cavalry to take map control. As collected. Again, it's Mongols, plus the fact that he used those resources to dump into fishing ships. I wonder, because like, you get more food early on as Mongols, just naturally because of the faster working hunters. But this is the big one here, right? You sent them more villagers to wood sooner, like I said. And you just use that to liquidate those resources into more fishing ships. So, I mean, it's a good build from Niaz, for sure. Hulk's OP? It's hard to say. They definitely feel OP on small ponds, but on larger bodies of water like this one, I'm not too sure. Galleys can still sail around and shoot down Hulks effectively if they have the space to maneuver and the time to build up, you know, semi-decent numbers. Anyway, Scout's actually coming in for both players. But Niaz is still just in a better position thanks to his much stronger start. Huh? Niaz? Doing, man. Oh, maybe he thought there was a hole here. But now his Vill's actually gonna have to go all the way around. Fires being OP on small ponds. The difference is that demos don't even really work out these days, so it's really just mass Hulks and only Hulks as opposed to fires plus demos. Alright, so TC gonna be over there to the southwest. We have Palisades coming over there to the north. And I'm sure it's gonna be something fairly similar here for Sebastian. He's even getting Bowsaw and Horse Collar. Lycav coming into in a very quick iron casting and a trade cog. Oh my goodness, guys. What are you going to do when the trade cog comes for you? Else will still be boring. Yep, but we'll still be seeing them all across all the tournaments, man. Our assassins are concealed in this trade cog. Once the cog reaches the dock, the cog will strike. Without their dock, the Portuguese will fall like grass beneath our hooves. Large map, mass galleons? Yep. Exactly the same. Anyway, it's actually going to be a knight crossing the map. Hulk's on the way here. No medium warships upgrade just yet, though. Indeed, the third TC is also going to be coming at home for Niaz. Generally, I would rather one of your first 3 TCs be out on the map to secure some map control and some extra gold income. Is the voice actors next for me? If only. Oh, what was that freaking Kamiyuk villager? It was punched like a tile and a half away. I mean, iron casting is in, but no defense upgrades means the Vils will still punch down the scout pretty fast. Still, it will be 3 TCs to 2 in favor of Niaz, and he has a very substantial economic advantage. With the room to micro them? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, on a map like this, galleys feel very fine. But if you're playing something like Nomad or Immersion or Pomir, where, like, you need to go for land and water, it's just not good. Go, trade cog. Go, 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 trade cog. Remember, you can't camp underneath the sea tower because it has murder holes built in. It sounded like there was a demo somewhere. Ah, there it is. Camels here. Again, nothing too crazy happening. Both players just booming up, but Sebastian only just now adding in his third TC, but still, he has the map control here with the forward town center. He's already starting to pick up relics, so I really do. I mean, like, you have very little pressure coming your way. The Idleville thing, yeah, that is annoying now that I think about it. Like, there's very little pressure out on the map, so, like, go take the scary TC first. That said, those moves from Sebastian are good. Sniping the enemy units, picking up the relics, getting the map control, all that stuff. Is it better than being ahead by 20 villagers? No, not even close. And 10 of that is more fishing ships, but the Hulks are coming forward. They are only Feudal Age Hulks, though, and they are immediately going to get a kill. And that's, again, the sort of thing you want if you're Sebastian. And Hulks are still pretty bad at killing each other, so the fishing ships really need to get to a much safer location. They are not doing that. Oh my goodness. That is going to be quite a bit of value there for Sebastian. Fourth TC coming in. Okay, so at least the fourth TC is coming here to the south. Would I prefer it if it was a little bit sooner? Yes, but I don't think it's going to be that too big of a deal. He's still not waiting too long, right? You still have a low army count if you're Sebastian. That's the most important thing here. Does the light cav... Light cav, what do your elf eyes see? Yeah, it sees it. Light cavalas. And you're just replacing the lost fishing ships. I don't know, those Hulks are still sailing around and being scary. Gotta be careful with the monk. But so far, things are still unfolding fairly passively. Nia's still well ahead in terms of resources. Gold stockpile? Well, yeah, I mean, that's the thing with adding in the third TC earlier, to be fair, is that the most important resources for both players right now are food and wood, because they're booming. Whereas building a TC here sort of, you know, encourages you to mine gold, which you don't really need at the moment. Castle comes forward. I mean, Niaz absolutely should build a castle at least right here. Still 3 relics, though, for Sebastian is helpful. Eco upgrades are looking exactly the same. Oh, run away, little monk. No! Rip. Oh, gonna come in now with the conversion. Camel gonna try and go back. Insta. And to his credit, Sebastian already with a very good KD. And he's gonna force this castle to be much further back than I'm sure Niaz originally wanted to. And now the siege workshop is coming forward. Talk like Chewbacca. I hope you appreciated that sound. The castle is there, at least for the time being. Yeah, it's not going to do a whole lot, but it's not the end of the world at the moment. Red doesn't know about the castle. A camel in pain? So, does Chewbacca not sound like a camel in pain? You wanna explain that one to me? Oh, Monk went too far forward. Oh, double kill. Kermit being drowned. Monk there gets sniped as well. Alrighty. Well, Imp is going to be coming in pretty soon for both players. Mangudai production has started, and like I said, basically, I mean, I know it's obvious for me to say that your win condition is Mangudai as Mongols, but it's really about how you get there. You've made the game passive. You've been able to leverage a fantastic early build to get a huge eco lead. That is the way that you can set yourself up to get to Mangudai much more safely than you would otherwise be able to versus a Civ that's way better in the mid-game. 2 modes? Yeah, the closest would be the Loach one. Anyway, imp-up times are basically the same, but just with a very significant villager advantage right now for blue. He's got another castle coming in. Scorpions are on the way, but they're going to be pretty unimpressive versus Mangudais once they get going. And like I said, I think Niaz has set himself up fantastically to get to Mangudai. It's not like the Mongol Navy's bad in the late game anyway. Yeah, you do miss the final Hulk upgrade. You missed the final fire ship upgrade, and you missed dry dock. So it's not like an amazing navy, but it's certainly a serviceable navy. You've got heavy demos, fast fire ships, cannon galleons. Well, I guess not elite cannon galleon. You used to have elite cannon galleon as Mongols, but then they took it away. Of course, the issue? Well, he wanted to get his own eco going, right? He was trying to play the long game in terms of getting relics, sniping units here and there, and getting some map control. What I think Sebastian just might have underestimated is just how far ahead Niaz would be in terms of economy, which, to be fair, Niaz had a fantastic build, and it's not like Mongols are normally this far ahead in eco. It's really just the fact that Niaz was able to send those vills to wood so much sooner to get that second dock down so much faster, and then able to add in so many fishing ships sooner. I mean, it all snowballs, right? That's how eco advantages tend to work. Anyway, Mangaduzis are here, and the monks are right here, guys. Uh-oh. Wait. Okay, I was like, for a second, he's like damaging all the monks and not killing any of them. Okay, that's a huge win there for Niaz. Yeah, you'd have to ask Cision why they took it away. They took it away a long, long time ago. All right, Trebs are on the way, and to be fair, no Trebs are coming in yet for Niaz, who's still missing tons of Mangudai upgrades because they take a long time to get going. Another TC here to the northeast of the map for Sebastian, but Niaz is like a 50 population advantage almost. Getting good old Mass Nori as well. Oh, are you paying attention, Sebastian? Uh-oh, now the Mangudai are just going to be able to run right on through. And you don't even have ballistics anyway here as our red player, and you have no land army. You have one archer on the way. I don't think I need to tell you guys that that is unimpressive at this point. Invasion, they probably took it away because Mongols have no other gunpowder, and they want Mongols to be a not gunpowder civ. And they didn't really want them to be like a full-blown late-game naval civ anyway, either. I think that's the much more likely reason. Alright, medium warships is coming in, interestingly. They're still making some navy. But obviously, like, Niaz is just in way too good of a spot economically, and I just don't think Sebastian really was able to grasp just how good of a spot that our blue player was in. Oh my goodness. Oh my, was that a triple kill? No, Niaz, don't throw this! And there are some, I just don't want them to have Lancers, man. They don't need them. Yeah, Lewis won. You'll lose. I'm sorry, I didn't think it worked like that. You'd think that I would know about caster curses at this point in my career, but no, I don't. Alright, I mean, look at these archers, guys. This is sad, man. I mean, I know these still aren't fully upgraded Mangudai, but even so. Is worse just because Hulks are OP? I don't think it's better or worse. I think it's a side grade. If anything, water is just more complex, except on pond maps. Step Lancers? I think Step Lancers are more interesting when they're attached to a civ that isn't designed around having knights. Oop. I mean, not that I think that all civs should be like Hitons and Jurchens that just have Step Lancers and no knights. I don't know. I just don't like it how it works with Mongols. Anyway, not the best trades in the world here for Niaz, but the thing is he's still working towards his win condition. He's still getting more Mangudai upgrades. He still is going to have 3 castles, even if this one falls in particular. And even the discounted archers are just not going to be competitive enough. But yes, the famous step of Bengal. Yeah, so you have everything right now except chemistry and elite, which is going to be here in just a second. That Lancer. Well, I think the issue is just that Mongols themselves were balanced around having a weak early castle age, and Steppe Lancers give them a very strong early castle age. Hunnic Knights? I mean, don't think of the word knight. It's basically, knight is the word used for heavy cavalry. And did the Huns have heavy cavalry? Almost certainly. Like, it's more what the unit represents as opposed to, like, what the name of the unit is. Anyway, everything's in except chemistry. Captain just able to come in there in time. Was Lance? Yeah, but the Steppe Lancers are specifically not heavily armored. Heavily armored Lancers. Like, both units would likely have lances. It's just one is much more heavily armored than the other. Honestly, that is a lot of archers. No armor upgrades at all, but, I mean, Portuguese gold discount's pretty nice. Yes, the Mongol horses were generally quite small, especially compared to, like, the big European industriers. Ferrari Tech? No, not yet. And on top of that, the Mongol horses could run for a very long time. They had very good endurance, much more so than the European-style battle horses. Anyway, the Trebs are still trebbing. I mean, Sebastian's trying, man. You should name the Arabian Night. I think that's just not how that works. Anyway, yeah, Niaz should be doing extremely well here. The castle falls, the siege rams are in, onagers coming in as well. You do need to hold out a little while longer, and actually need to start training some mangonels. DC goes down to the north, and now you're just out of gold. Now, you are on 5 relics, which is nice, but even 7.5 gold miners is not going to be enough to sustain your army, even as Portuguese. Also, the Mangudai, were they never totally cleaned up? No, these are new ones, my bad. Oh no, it's a shooting gallery! Oh, the peasantry, man! It's always the peasantry. Oh no, oh no. 35, 36 kills, 37, 30 of which were on the villagers. Onagers are on the way. More siege workshops being added in. Map has a lot of stone anyway, so losing those castles isn't as catastrophic as it would be on a standard map. No drill upgrade in yet. Oh boy. They still don't even have any armor upgrades in for the Arbs. How is Sebastian microing it so he's not doing that much overkill, nor was the siege ram absorbing any damage? That's wild. Oh, that was a whiff. Anyway, GG's still called. Couldn't deal with all the Mangudai. I mean, Sebastian had some fantastic unit control, all things considered, but really, this has to go with the early strategy and execution of Niaz. Again, to remind you guys how this game started, Niaz sent a bunch of Vills onto wood early, had very few Vills gathering food, but because they were Mongol hunters, they were still able to gather enough food to sustain TC production. But he added in a very early second dock. And that was huge. And that just gave him such a big eco lead. Like, again, Sebastian, I just don't think reckoned with him being so far behind economically to Mongols. Like, maybe you'd expect to be a little bit behind as Portuguese over the course of a game, but not, like, the insane difference that was this game. Especially since he probably felt pretty good because he was also taking a lot of relics in the middle of the map. But nope. Not this game. Good stuff, though. And Niaz taking game number 1. All right. Player number 2. And that is the Portuguese losing to the Mongols. So it was the number 1 civ pick for Niaz. So clearly he went in here with a plan. And we're going to be going to Khmer next. Which one was less bad versus the Rattan? Mangudai or Kipchaks? Mangudai might still be better pound for pound, but Kipchaks might technically be less cost inefficient. Shall we say? I mean, both are still going to be very cost inefficient, but because the Kippers are so much cheaper, it's probably less bad. But Kipchaks also have more armor and less HP, so I mean, that's probably at least relatively even. Oh, Romful.
$2 for you and Mr. Boses.
Thank you, Romful. Well, that money is going to be well spent shoehorning Sydney Sweeney into a James Bond movie. Do yoga or gym? I don't love going to the gym, so I just work out at home. Yeah, that was the story. And apparently from when Sydney Sweeney went to Jeff Bezos' wedding, is he is trying to get, Amazon to make Sydney Sweeney the next Bond girl. Which, for characters that are literally just, very beautiful women, but, like, you have to be, like, charismatic, right? And I'm afraid Sydney has the charisma of a stick in the road. The accent? Yeah, it'd be kind of weird. Alright, guys, here we are. Game number 2. It is going to be on Khmer. Nia's going to be in the blue as the Japanese to the northeast, winning game number 1. And to the southwest in the red as the Dravidians, it will be Sebastian. Both of these are excellent Metadarm Rush civs, and Metadarm rushing on this map has to have an astronomical win rate. Don't meet people my own age? Well, again, I don't live near people my own age. If I went to the gym, I'd mostly run into adults or high schoolers. Like, there are very, very few people in their 20s who live in my area. Adults, I mean, like, people with families. You know what I mean. Again, like, there are no real apartments or anything. There aren't any jobs that attract young people. I mean, I live in American suburbia. That's why even through the dating apps, I've never had to drive anywhere less than, like, 45 minutes to meet someone. It's just, like, how the population distribution works. Like, I live in a far, far suburb. So it's like all single-family homes and subdivisions, with most people commuting closer to the city for work. A small village? I mean, in Europe, there are small villages that just happen to be near larger cities. But, I mean, it's like specifically built subdivisions so that people could have their single-family homes and then also commute to the city. And I just, you know, am sort of the furthest development of that, or close to it, from Chicago itself. It's a little over an hour drive for me to get to downtown Chicago. Which isn't, like, bad. I mean, I go into Chicago, you know, semi-often, but it's not like I do that on, like, a daily basis. No, 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 no. Not even close. Like, down each 5 to 10 kilometers? I mean, it's, like, suburb smacked up against suburb, smacked up against suburb. I mean, they're all basically the same size. A permit to build a house? I don't know how that works, honestly. I mean, they're definitely, like, you know, various zoning laws, and this is, like, the subdivisions are all generally very uniform in construction, right? Like, all the houses are built at the same time and look almost exactly the same. But again, I don't know the specifics. Rather than people constructing them? Yes, that's generally how it works. That's definitely how it worked with my parents getting our house. I mean, America's average population density is quite low, but if you look at, like, the population density of the Chicago metropolitan area, it's quite high. And, you know, comparable to the populated regions of Europe. But again, there's a lot of building out, because part of, I think, American cultural identity is just valuing space, having your own land, having your own house to live in. Which isn't really a good or bad thing. But again, I think it's just part of American cultural identity, you know, like that settling new land. You know, manifest that destiny, baby. Illegally built? Yeah, again, it's usually some development company that just builds a bunch of houses and then people move into them. You know, unless, of course, you're, you know, buying a house from somebody who lived there before. I mean, people don't usually just develop their own houses or whatever. Back to the game? I mean, there wasn't anything happening in the game. I mean, they're both opening men-at-arms on Khmer. Wow. It's actually going to be 5 men-at-arms, though. Actually, no, he canceled at the last second. Wow. Alright, archery range coming in immediately, and Dravidians getting that extra 200 wood is really helpful for this. I mean, Japanese also, you know, benefit from the cheaper drop-off sites, but for instance, this is only 100 wood saved, whereas you get 200 wood as Dravidians, and also an extra 25 technically through the housing savings. Everything over the years? Well, I mean, there wasn't anything actually happening in the game. They both went for basically the same opening. Niaz just happens to be with an extra fishing ship, or even two, so just trying to squeeze out that little bit of an advantage. And yeah, both these woodlines are actually very far forward for Niaz if that's something Sebastian wants to do. But he's already got an archer out. It is interesting that Niaz is just chasing down the enemy men-at-arms, and I wonder if there's an adaptation here with him saying, you know what? I'm trying to be a little bit greedy here. I added in a couple extra fishing ships. Therefore, so long as I am not, being wasteful with my units and I'm defending against the enemy men-at-arms, I'm probably going to be fine. Looks like that dock was denied for the time being, though. But if that's indeed the thinking here for Niaz, I really like it. Because again, it's 8 fishing ships to 5. You feel comfortable if neither player gets damage done with the men-at-arms. Double bit axe is now on the way. Now, to be fair to Sebastian, he didn't get that in alright. Why is it... What? Why is the dock only firing 1 arrow? Wait a minute, what? Doesn't the dock fire multiple arrows? Okay, well, you get a kill there. That dock is in, and a villager sniped by Sebastian. Very well done from him. Yes, hulks are faster than transport ships. Transport ships are 1.45, hulks are 1.5. So it's the same difference as light cav being faster than camels. Huh. Arson coming in as well here for Sebastian, but you already have his defensive archers in as well, and suddenly, holy cow. It was a good start here for Niaz, but he just did not take good fights. Did not kill the men-at-arms. He tried to cross the map, and Sebastian was significantly faster at getting his archery range down. Holy cow. Now you're getting forging? I don't know about that. And now it's Hulkin time. And again, it's the issue here is the hybrid map aspect of it. I mean, I know they're technically islands, but because you start with the transport ship, it plays out like a hybrid map. 6 to 7? Well, I mean, the thing is, you got damage done on this side, and you did not take any damage whatsoever on this side because you already had archers out. Because, again, the archery range came down instantly here for Sebastian. Meanwhile, Niaz trying to defend here as best he can. He is still ahead in resources, so the fact that he took bad fights is at least more manageable. Bletching coming in. I thought the docks fired more than 1 arrow. Like, if you had a bunch of fishing ships garrison, they'd fire a bunch of arrows. Am I crazy for thinking that? Anyway, it is forging in versus no forging, and as I keep saying over and over again, forging is absolutely insane. In the room? I know, I feel like I'm misremembering. Oh, Uncle C Tom. No, there's only ever been 1 patch, so it literally has to have always been this way, and I'm just misremembering. Guys, we still haven't seen harbors garrisoned with fishing ships. Now, if these pro players are anything like me, that would have been one of the first things they tested. And the fact that they haven't even done it just means that they're not fun. They don't believe in fun. Yeah, if they could patch the game, we'd be seeing Armenians and Georgians a lot. Anyway, Sebastian's still crushing this. And now that I think back on it, Khmer was a map that Sebastian did extremely well on in Lingyan Cup. I think he, like, always won this map or something. Even though his overall results were kind of only okay. It was not that great. I feel like you're not hashtag believing hard enough. Alright, Castle Age is on the way here for Sebastian. Much, much less commitment than his opponent here to the Feudal Age. Random archer over here with 5 kills. Where's the skirmisher? Okay, skirmisher's kind of in the wrong area. Bit awkward. Don't target the low HP Vil. Oh, he's not paying attention. Oh, rip. Obviously trying to focus on the fight over here. But the fact that Niaz isn't even close to Castle Age just feels like a huge issue. Sebastian's caught up in resources because of his very good early trades. Yeah, Niaz feels exceptionally dead, in fact. I wonder if the difference is in food. Yeah, almost 1,000 more food here for Sebastian. That is wild. I mean, he's been farming intensively. He's gathered from plenty of the forage bushes. I guess Niaz has 2, to be fair. Huge. I mean, Res Destroyed are catching up for Niaz, but it's just the issue is that food income, the lack of eco balance that Sebastian has, and yeah, our red player is looking very, very good here in this game number 2. I mean, I'd love to see another, close series. We had one close series earlier, and in general, casting this tournament has mostly been a very one-sided series, so gotta get excited for close ones when we can. Alright, Sebastian hits Castle Age. Niaz still hasn't even clicked up yet. Least of the ones. You like Water Nomad more, Matroid? That's one of the takes I've ever seen. Alright, medium warships coming in, Bosa as well. I mean, you're looking great right now. You're looking real great here as Sebastian. Now, the actual numbers are quite low, and, the actual ship production has been very solid here for Niaz. But unfortunately, Hulks are still very slow at destroying buildings. Looking real great. Oh, thank you, One Sparse. I need that extra positive reinforcement. Iron Casting coming in now for the War Hulks. Why you always say like the least? Well, they're different connotations, right? You can like all of a set of anything, and just like something the least out of a bunch of different options that you like. Whereas if you dislike something, that's, an actual negative experience or connotation. Yeah, we had this map in the China land. Although, obviously, that wasn't with the new water. Yes, Hulks have -3 bonus damage versus buildings on all their attacks. So they deal 6 damage a hit to a building with 0 armor, like an outpost. Up. Yeah, Aquarina was like, it was really cool to see at first, and now it's just like fast Empire ships and Hulks every single time. If anything, I kind of wish it was a bit bigger. Ocarina feels like there's very, very little space to maneuver around. Like you either have control of all of the water or control of none of the water. Anyway, more docks are coming in, and Niaz is almost up to Castle Age, and to be fair, Res Collected are still fairly even. The military numbers are also even, so you are absolutely doing the best you can right now if you are our blue player. Well, I mean, it's really a testament to if a map is good or not. If a map is good, then even after the experimentation phase, it is fun to watch. If the map isn't good, then there's one strategy or civilization or both that are determined to be the best, and you just see that over and over and over again. Anyway, timing is still pretty rough here for Niaz. A monk on a raft? I mean, I think that would be peak, as the kids say. Iron casting coming in now, but the thing is, all of those war galleys were nicely cornered and killed by Sebastian. The one thing Sebastian doesn't have is another TC, to be fair. So would like to see him perhaps try and get one to the west or south of the map. Yeah, with Iron casting in now for the War Hulks, Sebastian will at least be much faster at destroying this dock. Because now, again, we're looking at 7 attack, -3, so 4, -2 armor, so you're dealing 12 damage a hit instead of 6 damage a hit. Iron casting now in here for Niaz, but I mean, part of the issue is that because the Hulks are like the go-to unit these days, and no Civ has a Hulk bonus, it's really, really hard to come back if you fall behind in Hulks. But you can see what Sebastian's doing now is that it's kind of a luxury to be able to go War Galleys. If you just have War Galleys against a bunch of Hulks, you still end up getting the Hulks surrounding and killing your War Galleys. But if you have enough Hulks of your own, you can add in War Galleys behind, and they'll help you win even water. Even win water even harder. There we go. Yes, the Hulk line benefits from forging and iron casting and blast furnace. Monk trying to go for a conversion here, but I mean, Sebastian's just well ahead in every single way right now. Oh, and this is also a thing that's happening, Rip. No university in yet for Red. He's adding in an extra TC. Okay, so I do like that. Again, the one thing that really did feel missing was the extra TC. But now that he's got that, and then there's the university right afterwards anyway, so all of that's very, very good. The Great Water rework? I mean, yeah, basically. Aw, guys, that's the clinkers. The clinkers are getting constructed. What are you gonna do when the clinkers come for you? GG called. And indeed, Sebastian's gonna strike right back and win game number 2. It was just that, you know, it was like, okay, and then there was just this really terrible exchange for Niaz where he just lost so much, and Sebastian got way too far ahead in economy, and then the Castle Age difference was simply too significant. Is melee projectile? Yes. Oh, Niaz says, I hope they fix the map for the main event. All my wood are exposed. 0 of your wood are 11. Which is true. All of Niaz's woods were forward, and all of Sebastian's were back. Anyway, Sebastian is winning Comir. And that is Uncle C. Tom winning over the Japanese. Next, Arabia. I mean, they do often call Hulks the skirmishers of the sea. But unfortunately, they're not actually going to fix anything for the event. Like, literally, what we see is what we get. Yeah, I mean, you can't rebalance mid-tournament. All right, Aquarina, there we go, is next. The hip-hop Aquarina. All right, do we have Chinese? We sure do. Oh, boy. Here we go. Yeah, here we go. A limited set. Oh, yeah. What do you know? It's going to be Chinese versus Italians. Who could have seen it coming? Not me. All right, so once the game launches, I'm going to get some lunch. There's some leftover barbecue chicken, and it is going to be going on a sandwich. Everyone wants to see this happen? Everybody! See, my worry is that all of the interesting figuring out stuff of this tournament is happening in the early rounds, when the matches are very lopsided and people aren't really tuning into them. So that once we get to the big name matchups later in the tournament, when you'll have Dave and T90 and Mem casting like all of the matches, people are going to see it, and it's like going to be really boring. And everyone's going to be doing the exact same thing. Or private practice? Well, I mean, we don't see that as viewers. Alrighty, guys, here we are. Game number 2. Or 3. I know how to count. I promise. We'll have Niaz in the blue as the Italians to the west, and to the east in the red as the Chinois. It will be Sebastian. So, past him, Dragon Ships versus the Hulk play. Now, are we gonna see like the Crocs or whatever his name was? Do like that late Castle Age push that was really, really interesting? Or is he gonna try and do his own thing? Not the Watchtower! Wow, and he doesn't even build the lumber camp there anyway. Wow. 33% discount. I don't think Italians need to be even better on water maps. Anyway, guys, I'm going to go get some lunch. Thank you for your patience. Enjoy watching a scout cavalry run around. right. Did I miss anything thrilling, guys? Sebastian's way ahead in eco. Yes, villagers can deposit oysters at a dock. All right. What's your sorcery? I just hit F in Capture Age. Alright, so 2 docks. 2 docks. 3 docks, actually, already. Oh, but the bill got trapped. Oh, wow. Nicely done, Niaz. Got killed with? Yep. But has the meta already evolved? Because it looks like Niaz is going for the counter strat. Look at this. He's already 26 fishing ships. I think this might be the same thing as the Crocs. I mean, we're going to be over 30 fishing ships right now, guys. But I mean, all vills are off of food anyway for both players. The thing is, if it's a pure fast imp, and, you know, Sebastian is significantly faster, then it feels like it's going to end up really poorly for Niaz. But if he's going for that, like, big Castle Age play, then maybe you could see something here. I mean, the map is just kind of fast imp all it every single time. Nothing too wild happening here. Good snipe, good snipe. Unfortunately, the nice roll that we had from when we had the barbecue chicken sandwiches got moldy, so I just had to use regular hamburger bun, but still, barbecue chicken's so good. Yeah, I already don't like this. Patch? Yes, that was added, what, a month ago or maybe? Yeah, this is just worse than for Niaz. Because you're already falling behind in Navy. Faker? Isn't Faker like the biggest League of Legends player of all time? Yeah, this feels a little bit different than what the Crocs strategy was. Where if you're going for like this super big fish boom, like you need to just completely lay into your production as soon as possible. Because right now what's going to happen is that there's such a significant timing advantage right now for Sebastian. It's like he's just doing everything way faster than his opponent. Like, right now, he's way ahead in resources, but, like, what's the point? I don't get it, guys. I don't get it. It's way too slow, especially with when you're Italians, right? I mean, this is just over, isn't it? Not the Greek army tent! Well, I don't really understand this, guys. Heavy warships coming in. You've already got fully upgraded Caracs. It is interesting that Sebastian isn't going for any dragon ships at all. He's just going full Hulk, or Carac now. Arvel Hull coming in as well, but, I mean, you're just taking enormous losses here. Like, you're at over double the resources destroyed right now. You can see here the Caracs are doing work. I mean, less Navy, and it's like, what's the point of 30 fishing ships if you're trying to go for a fast imp? You don't need the food for anything else. You can see Sebastian's eco is barely on food at all. It's just the fishing ships because they have nothing else to do right now. And you're going to get a KD that looks exactly like this. Incendiary's coming in, but this is like the very definition of too little too late. I guess we only just now have the clinker construction coming in. And yes, I mean, Italians do get everything except for heavy demo. And siege engineers, I guess. I just don't know if you can ever add extra TCs on this map or anything like that. .0 movement speed is wild. Oh, look at this thing go! And here come the demo ship upgrades, but remember, no heavy demo. So little dog. The boomier version of Ancient like V4? Kinda. I guess Dry Dock coming in too. That 8 Pierce armor. Alright, fine, Dash. It seems so, like, it's a race to get to Imperial Age first, and whoever does that wins the video game. Look at that, 70 kills to 22 deaths for Sebastian. This is like the very definition of it literally doesn't matter how many, like how good your eco is. Oh my goodness, the wolves are wrecking those vills too. They don't even have loom. But yeah, 30 less damage on the demo ships makes them a lot worse. Gosh, you don't like Apple. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, I don't know, maybe there's something here, but Hulk plus Galleon does seem like the best army composition. I don't see it, guys. I wish I did, but I don't. I mean, you do have to be careful around incendiaries, it's true. But yeah, 10 more villagers right now. 34 villagers lost this game by Niaz. I mean, yeah, there's still tons of gold left on the map anyway. It's not like either of these guys are going to run out anytime soon. Shipwright coming in. Like, those are good demo hits. I just don't think that good demo hits... Oh, okay, I mean, those were very good demo hits. I don't think that it matters in the slightest, but if you're in a situation where you can afford even the, 800 resources... Actually, no, they nerfed it, right? So it's only... Yeah, it's 15%. Yeah, even with the... What, 850 resources? Food resources that is shipwright? Like, game's probably already over at that point. Sebastian didn't even make close to as many units, and it just was not close due to this difference in uptime. And so that is point number 2 on the board for Sebastian. He did drop game number 1, but has struck back. That was Niaz's number 1 home map as well. Chinese, number 1 Civ pick, Italian's number 3 Civ pick, and now Niaz is going to need to win out if he wants to move on to the next round. I'm going to bring these plates downstairs, guys. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Still haven't selected the next map yet. Broken wheel on my chair always somehow comes on to my left. We're good. All right, so migration. Malay or Persians? No way we're getting Khitans or Magyars here, right? It's gonna be like Malay or Persians versus Bengalis. Or Wu, I guess. Yeah, that's what I thought. Is what I thought. One minute. So, with all these matches happening today, what's the deal tomorrow? No, wait, hold on. So does the round of 32 start tomorrow? Is that the vibe I'm getting here? We'll see. We'll see. Obviously, if it starts tomorrow, we'll just keep up casting it tomorrow. All right, we are here on Migration. One game away from the round of 32, it will be Sebastian in the red as the Bengalis to the southwest. On to the northeast in the blue as the Malay. It will be Niaz. So, both of these civs are like economy, and they just also happen to have a good navy alongside them, sorts of civs. I really don't favor one over the other much here whatsoever. They're both good. Pretty similar in their strengths. Malay have a bit of a better eco, but Bengalis also have the extra ship HP regeneration, which is, you know, more of a military bonus than anything that Malay have. They're both good. If you heavily favor one civ over the other, I will call you a young fool. And I don't just call anyone a young fool. I'm not a Vietnamese villager. I almost never see this game. I've casted a lot of migration. I've casted a lot of Malay on migration. I can think of like 2 or 3 games that have ever come down to arbors being useful. Because the fights don't usually happen on the coastline in late game, right? The late game, it's all about land and using trebuchets and monks and your unique unit and all that stuff. Forgot what's that yang? What yang? Was? Well, up, onward and upward we go. Dock here to the north. Dock here to the southeast, so they're even docking a little bit away from each other. Mentioned earlier. Oh, yeah. I just know young fool. Also, yeah, for the military units. Nope, nothing too crazy happening here so far. There are, of course, different ways you can play out migration. You can go for, like, something as aggressive as fast feudal age, double forward dock. I guess hulks this time instead of just fire ships. Or you can go for a fast castle. You can go for later uptime 2-dock defensive galley in, like, the current water balance, but maybe that would be much less effective here. Especially as fire ships are a lot better now and are going to be faster at moving across the map to get to the galleys in the first place. I mean, they're getting there, like, what, 15% faster or so? We shall see. Build looks good here for both players. We'll have to see if the second docks are coming in at the same time. But so far, nothing interesting happening. Hello, Diff Tom. Done. The Don sound like Yang? Don Yang? I'm afraid I don't know. Like I said, the only Vietnamese villager sound I remember is Young Fool. So if either player were going up for a fast feudal age, they would have clicked up by now. So this is clearly going to be, at the very least, something like a later feudal age into defensive galleys, like I was saying from before. Or, I mean, at this point, with all the bills still queued up here for both players, I mean, this is just looking like an FC on both sides. Oh, yeah, I definitely remember. No die. I mean, it's fair. I mean, who wants to die as a poor villager? Like, Jesus, I don't know. It is interesting, though, like, how we hear these completely different languages and lines from it, and we just sort of, like, in our minds translate it to something completely ridiculous in our own language. Alright, feudal age coming in earlier here for Sebastian, but of course with the power of Malay, Diaz is going to be probably just fine. And co-workers. That is a very early transport. Okay. Like, that's an early transport ship. Normally you don't ferry the villagers over until you've clicked up to castle age. So I wonder what this is going to be for. Oddish. Nope, Nia's going to be... Whoa, no way he doesn't cancel those bills, right? Unless this 45 pop uptime is something that, like... Okay, so, like, think about it like this. If you're playing as Malay on a land map, clicking up on 30 vills is still, like, a pretty low, even for Malay, for a fast castle. It's still too fast for a fast imp. Malay can literally go fast imp on 40 villagers in Dark Age. So, I'm kind of curious. He does not have a mill.
Yeah.
He needs a mill to build a market. But we already have the stable coming forward, so... Oh, blacksmith plus stable. So yeah, very different than what we saw. I mean, Warlords and TTL both, I think, had migration in it, and it was played very often. But yeah, you actually still don't have the resources right now as Niaz. Okay, there's the blacksmith. Is he going to go for his own stable? Maybe this is the new meta on migration. Okay, maybe it is. It's arena with extra fishing ships. Castle Age is on the way, fishing lines as well, but obviously the overall villager count is going to heavily favor Niaz. Oh, is it perfectly symmetrical violence, guys? Oh, never bring a spear to a scout fight. Forging also coming in. Hulk on the way. You can see that the uptimes are going to be exactly the same, but Niaz having 10 more eco units. Then freaking Bengalis, man.
Hi.
Guys, aren't Malay both fun and balanced? I honestly wonder if the uptime bonus is too good. Like, it is just a wild eco bonus for a civ that has a very good tech tree for anything but a super open map. And even then, it doesn't really matter that they have bad cavalry for an open map. Anyway, another docker off to the side. And I think it's kind of interesting here for Diaz. You can see that if we switch to his POV, he knows this is the short side of the island. So he knows his opponent is somewhere over here because he already sees this water. So build the dock over here so your fishing ships will actually gather a bit more safely and further away from your opponent's navy. So I like that. Anyway, it's Hulkin time. Iron casting is already on its way. Do we see the medium warships upgrade? I mean, it's going to be 4 docks. Okay, there it is. You know, Red himself should be on only 2 docks, actually. I don't know, guys. This kind of like, what was it, game number 1? Where Niaz just had a better build order? This seems like just a very good build here for Niaz. I mean, he's going to have iron casting for his hulks. Got nice map control. And he just has, again, so many more resources. A 10 villager lead. Alright, Warhulk is in. Warhulk will about to be in. But it is still going to be iron casting versus forging. And that's still just a big... It's a big difference just like it is in Feudal Age. I think. I'm like pretty sure it is. 7 attack on 5 armor against 6 attack on 5 armor. So yeah, it's like double the damage. Second TC coming in. There is a second TC on the way. Double Monastery here for Sebastian. And of course, Malay don't really want to invest heavily into Light Cav. But, I mean, I guess if you're against double Monastery monks, you gotta do what you gotta do. Scout died somewhere. Oh, no, 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 no. No. Alright, deletion there. So was able to save it, but does lose a light cav in the process. That's basically the long and short of this. Fires are actually also super good. The issue is they're just countered by hulks. Water balance works out pretty well if it's a map where you're both going for full water. But the issue is that galleys still don't work on a map where you want to make both land and water. Got a monastery now coming in here from blue. But so far, this game has just been all Niaz. Again, 1,600 more resources right now. I mean, he's also taking more efficient... I mean, 16 kills to 4 deaths. Of course, he's taking efficient fights. So it's like just everything is going out well. And of course, the power of Malay will not be gainsaid. Oh, rip that light cav, though. I do have 4 mugs and 3 light cav, but there are 7 light cav in total still, actually. Very nice. Oh, no. Not the Fisky Mothers. Oh, man. Oh, Sanctity also coming in another round of fishing ships. Holy cow. Fishing eco going wild. You can see that red has almost gathered all of the forage bushes. These forage bushes are not taken yet. There are 8 farms on the map. There's even light cav coming in here to raid. I mean, Niaz is playing this super well. And the thing with getting iron casting is it helps both the light cav and the spearmen and the hulks. It looks like maybe a couple fishing ships have been taken down on this side. Obviously, multitasking is key. Another kill there. I mean, it's not nothing. And at least you have the barracks on your home island here so that you can add in spearmen, although Sebastian hasn't done that yet because his eco is kind of a disaster. He's also mining a fair bit of stone, but so is Niaz. The first armored elephant is on its way, though. Oh no! Not the clergy! Oh, I mean, it's usually the peasantry, but sometimes the clergy gets it. No, Viking? Yeah, but it's always a Fisky mother. Because it's so fun to say. That's not going to get you very far. Yeah, the hulks have one range, so basically the same as a Steppe Lancer or a Kameyuk. That's as far as the sailors are able to throw their hooks. I'm still streaming? I mean, I guess it's been almost 5 hours, but been lots of matches today and people have been enjoying them, so why not keep going? Healing chips? Yes, they do. That is completely unchanged. Anyway, this is just looking amazing right now for Niaz. Now, was this his home map? I think it was. Yes, it wasn't Niaz's home map, so we would go to Immersion in Game 5. Assuming Niaz wins this, which, considering he's basically double the population right now, seems pretty likely. Right to the targets like that? Yeah, well, hey. Contacts weren't invented yet, and glasses were still very rudimentary. Anyway, Leon Hardy, thank you so much for the sub with Twitch Prime. Welcome to the Wolf Pack, and enjoy the beauty, glory, and majesty of Ornlu, Wolf and Friends. Last one. I mean, so the Khmer game, Sebastian just looked like the better player by, like, a fair bit. The last game, I think that Niaz just didn't have a good strategy. And the early build just wasn't what Niaz, I think, expected. Games 1 and 4, it's Niaz having a very substantially better early game strategy and execution. Without glasses, yeah, I'm negative 8.5 in both eyes. I would be dead. I'm basically blind without contacts in. Would like to get LASIK as soon as I can afford it. I'm actually like negative 8.75 in my left eye. It's even worse. Redemption! I mean, I guess those light cav are kind of trapped. Glasses instead of contacts, because I don't like glasses. I just don't like them. Well, I mean, that castle is in. Is there a world where Niaz isn't much faster to imp, though? I don't think so. As long as he can get that defensive castle down, which I think he should be able to do just fine. I guess you're going to trap those units there. You got gill nuts coming in, sure. Let's stare at the sun. I don't know if that properly burns your cornea the right way. Does LASIK relapse? I do not know. I haven't even had a consultation yet because I know I can't afford it right now. That needs to be something after I get my real job. Yeah, I mean, Niaz basically just had to cut military so he can get to Imperial Age, and he's going to click up to Imp in just a moment, and he will be good to go. Go to India. I think the actual cost of going to India would be significantly more expensive than just getting LASIK here. the job search going? Oh, quite terrible. Applying for jobs and not getting interviews. Feeling miserable. Oh, it's still a little awkward. At least I have this, though. Like, I can't be ungrateful for my situation. I know a lot of people who are in the same exact boat I am with job search, and I at least have this to do. And I love doing it. Oh no. Am I not mature enough for this job? Am I not manly enough? Uh. Not confident, I know. Okay, so that castle obviously is delayed for now. It still doesn't even feel close to enough, though, right? Got even blast furnace coming in. Immigration, legal. I mean, I think that one of the biggest issues with immigration in general is that it's way too hard to immigrate legally. The vetting process takes forever because they're so underpaid and understaffed. And so it's kind of... You have so many people having to turn to illegal immigration because the avenues of legal immigration are simply not viable. Do Malay get faith? Yes, they do. Got a job? Something in the analysis, research, consulting field. Something in that ballpark. Anyway, hearsay coming in. And forcing the deletion is nice. I mean, Sebastian is playing well, all things considered. Yeah, it is pretty funny to do it. Heresy for Karambits, but whatever. Castle already taking 3,000 damage, but the issue for Sebastian is he's just nowhere near Imperial Age. I love this here from Niaz. Smart moves, getting the easy up here on the side. No, is he gonna... Oh, he might be castle dropping the home island. Nope. No Thalassocracy. Okay. Okay, full credit to Sebastian. He's trying to make something out of nothing. Like finance? International affairs. Hearsay? I wouldn't mess with hearsay. Even though maybe that's hearsay. I mean, again, Sebastian's really trying. Consulting? Data analysis people will probably be like statistics majors. Maybe poli-sci majors as well. I'm international affairs, so it's more on the policy analysis side of things. Hours on job application? I know. As a math major? Exactly. It's amazing how well Sebastian is playing it when it doesn't even really matter. Is really vague? Oh, it's extremely vague. Like, everything I applied to is extremely vague. Not getting those walls down in time. I mean, 7,000 damage. No. I mean, it's still... Oh, the trip doesn't even go down. Oh, no. Up. Well, yeah. I'm sorry, Sebastian. I just don't see it. Boy, guys. I mean, it's 2 castles from which you can train Karambit warriors. Yes, Rathas are good against Karambits, but... when did I think the game was over? When both players hit Castle Age at the same time and Niaz had like 10 to 15 more villagers and was ahead by like 1,600 resources. That feels like a pretty good time. Which was, what? Around 15 minutes game time, so for the past 23 in-game minutes, it's felt just kind of over, no matter what happens. Yeah, you're still going to want to get Elite Karambit, though, when you have the chance. It is a big upgrade. 25% more HP, 1 more attack, 1 more Pierce Armor. Or 1 more melee armor, rather. Bengalis were winning? Why would you think that? Yeah, Sebastian's in Castle Age still. He's not even an imp. Alright, okay, now I can get Elite Karambit. Niaz knows what he needs to do. I mean, I guess that's cute. Niaz gonna come in with another castle. Oh boy. Elite Karambit is in. They look super cool with their hats. Here come the Zerglings. Oh, they are elite looking for sure. Well, I mean, there have been a lot of sets that were much closer than you would think, but on both this game and game number 1, Niaz had, like, very significantly better early game strategies. Like, very significant. And he just had these enormous eco leads that Sebastian, I just don't think, really reckoned with. Again, they both hit Castle Age at the same time, and Niaz was, like, over 10 vills ahead. Indeed. Elite Late Chai do look very good. But I just don't like Late Chai is the problem. They're a silly unit. Anyway, Malay over Bengalis. And that is migration going to Niaz. So game number 5. This one's for all the marbles. It will be on Immersion. Now, logic would tell us that this is Persians versus Wu. Unit, worse unit value-wise than converting. I mean, it's still always going to be situational, right? But pound for pound, Karambits are the cheapest unit game. Because trash units are 50 total resources. And Karambits are 45, right? 30 food, 15 gold. But, well, I guess, like, experience would say that it's Wu and Persians as they are the better hybrid civs. That said, where Magyars can shine, and in theory where Khitans can shine, is just the fact that you have to go Hulks on a map like Immersion. Any other ship loses. Unless there's a world, and honestly, I might even consider doing this. Like, if I'm Niaz and I pick Persians versus Magyars, or if I'm Sebastian and I pick Wu versus Khitans, I wouldn't hate, okay, go triple dock on the outside and go galleys. And then just, like, ball wall your land base, and then win water that way. Because, again, these small pond maps just feel so overwhelming for Hulks, especially Magyars, free attack upgrades, Khitans, double the attack upgrades. We will have to see. Called it. Called it. Oh, yeah, I didn't see Ozone play versus Gambito. Yeah, I think that's a pretty even set. Thomas, oh no. All right, 5 seconds, guys, and we will be getting into version. And I was correct. It is just going to be Wu versus Persians. Just pick the good civs for the map. I'll have Sebastian in the red as the Wu to the west, and to the east in the blue as the Persians. It will be Niaz. Now, from a draft perspective, I think I like Niaz's draft a little bit more. Because you have Japanese, Italians, and Malay, all of which are extremely flexible. If you're Sebastian, like, I'd rather have seen Wu on Komir, where the men-at-arm rush is just insane. But now it's like, this isn't really a good men-at-arm rush map. The rush distances are a lot longer. I mean, Wu are still very good, don't get me wrong. But we'll have to see. The achievement? Oh yeah, I've done all the achievements on the hardest difficulty. Yeah, I think I just had it in my top 5 hardest achievements video, right? I showed you guys how to do it. I made that video pretty recently. Or top 10 hardest achievements or whatever the heck I did. On brutal difficulty, whatever the hardest one, the hardest difficulty I selected, I have done the achievement on it. Although I think there's a bug or something, and it's actually impossible to do the Vortigern one on hard right now, where you have to recruit the Saxons 12 times or whatever. Because I think that even if you literally start recruiting Saxons from the second you're able to, and do it constantly, the Saxons just betray you before before you can finish recruiting them. Tournaments? Yeah. I mean, he certainly can do so, and in the 2 games he's won, he's looked fantastic. But on the much more standard game, which was, what, game number 2, I think? Yeah, it was on Komir. On Sebastian's home map, Sebastian just looked like the better player. So we'll have to see. I mean, Persians and Wu are both perfectly good civs here. Personally, I do like Persians a little bit more. They're a bit faster economically, especially when you can go for both the faster TCs and docks. You just get that early eco advantage humming along. And like I said, if you're not men-at-arms rushing specifically with Wu, there's not a whole lot to get you excited about the water. Verdict on the DLC? It's almost like I spent a ton of time making a review video on it. Or 2 review videos on it. Where I explain in detail how I think about everything. Cries. TLDW, I think it's fine. There are certainly some things it did well. But none of the things that it did well were necessarily related to the setting. And it feels like it would be way easier, cheaper, and have a broader approach to just do something much more closely related to AoE 2. Top 5 hardest? Step up their DLC game? I do expect a bit more, but it's not an effort thing. Again, like, I know a lot of the devs. The issue they have is time and budget. It's not like the devs are just being lazy, pocketing extra money or doing whatever, anything like that. They are given budgets for the DLCs. And to be able to create long-term DLCs, I'm pretty sure they have to make a certain amount of profit. So I think what Forgotten Empires does is they try to make DLCs as cheaply as possible. So that they can keep on making DLCs so that, you know, World's Edge doesn't say DLCs aren't profitable to make anymore. Now, my guess is that the Capture Age studio was given 2 DLCs to work with. And because they were, you know, new and doing something different, they were probably given a much higher budget. Now, I don't know why there are 2 dev teams working on the game separately. That doesn't make much sense to me. But, I mean, personally, I would rather have FE be able to put the time and energy into making a DLC in the same way that they were able to do for African Kingdoms and Rajas, where, you know, we have new architecture sets, new music, all that stuff. But it just seems like, with especially the more recent DLCs, they're just trying to churn them out as cheaply as possible. To pocket the money while twirling their mustaches? Yeah. Anyway, that's the vibe I get. I mean, we don't know the full details for sure. Put glows on units. Yeah, again, I wish that there was more effort put into the DLCs. Not saying that they don't put effort in because they don't care. I think they just are constrained by their budget and what they have to do in terms of making a DLC as cheap as possible. Glorious mustaches, exactly. Anyway, Sebastian's still going with the Men-at-Arms rush, even though it's not like, I would say, the super normal meta play on this map. It's still going to be a solid one all around. Meanwhile, our blue player, not... Wait, why did he... He went for a blacksmith. I mean, he's got a Hulk sailing around, but how much damage can they realistically get done? Forging is coming in, but... I mean, Sebastian's playing this like, you know, a tournament map. Gotta love the tournament map. Unbuildable terrain, so you can't fully wall? Check. Ponds with shallows, so units can walk over them for potential demo hits? Check. Tiny ponds? Check. Difficult to defend bases? Check. Stealing ideas from Rob Balance? Well, I mean, Rob Balance is really the purest and most true approach to Age of Empires. Taste in maps? I do indeed. Anyway, this is kind of like game... No, it was one of the other sets. It was definitely one of the sets where somebody lost way too much villager time repairing. And now Niaz is coming in with his own men-at-arms at this point, just to try and stop this. Tournaments? It's not just hybrid maps, right? Some hybrid maps are less of this than others. Like, I think Shoals is a hybrid map by any definition, but I also think it's a bit interesting in how it plays out, and it's not like the same exact hybrid civs are good on it. Well, yeah, that's where the defensive tower comes in. Three controversial DLCs. I think at some point somebody said that, okay, this formula of DLCs is great and all, but we want to push out more DLCs than you could reasonably add in for this same exact content. Like, I think that, again, somewhere somebody along the way said, we can't push out 4 new civs a year with all of this new stuff and do so and have it maintain the same level of quality and, you know, profit. Are infantry viable now? Depends. I mean, all of the DLCs have had controversial elements going back to, the African kingdoms, really. The Forgotten didn't really have any controversial elements. They were just kind of bad civs. I agree. I think that above anything else, what Microsoft lacks is direction with what they want exactly. Was AOC controversial? No, AOC was basically considered a straight-up improvement. But yes, I think they really want to be able to have different ways of making DLCs so they can keep the content flowing without sort of running out of ideas, so to say. Oh boy. This is looking pretty rough here for Niaz, guys. Worked on by many developers and published by Microsoft? It definitely is. And I think people don't really understand the dynamics at play. Like, people are saying, oh, you know, Chronicles, it tests ideas that the devs are thinking about putting into the real game, when in reality, Capture Age and Forgotten Empires have nothing in common with each other. You know, people will say, oh, World's Edge is, you know, implementing these design decisions they don't like, when that's actually Forgotten Empires. People are saying, oh, Forgotten Empires is wanting this direction of the DLCs, when that's World's Edge. It's really complicated, and you have different groups with different priorities who are working on the game. And that includes Relic, although Relic doesn't do anything for AoE anymore after DE came out. That's fair. I mean, I think that if you want, like, a good... all right, this strategy is always going to be viable, I think blaming Nilly is pretty good. But yeah, World's Edge are the publishers of the game. Forgotten Empires are the main devs of the game. And Capture Age is like the alternate developer of the game. See, apparently, the choice mechanic that was set up for Three Kingdoms was done in parallel instead of in like using any overlapping text. So I don't think there was any overlap there. Now, the art style might have been inspired. I don't know about that. I think that there's certainly a lot of overlap between the art styles of like the UI, and that might have been overlap, but I'm not too sure. Anyway, Sebastian's just out micering Niaz right now. Oh wait, Sebastian's also Stochastic. Yeah, this game's so over, man. Like, this honestly just shows in part, like, this and Komir shows that Sebastian is the better player on these tournament-style maps, like these very difficult-to-play aggressive hybrid maps. Siege Workshop immediately on the way. Well, Slice is big because he's been taking good fights and been out-macroing his opponent. Don't spend the cash? I mean, yeah, that's generally how most people would want to do something. Vote with your wallet, so to say. To blame Fodler? Yeah, that's also a pretty good idea most of the time. Yeah, unfortunately for Niaz, he is going to come up short. He had a couple of very good games against Sebastian, but at the end of the day, like, this game and Komir really just showed that, I mean, Sebastian is the much better aggressive hybrid map player, and it's not especially close. Note that Sebastian is doing the best on the maps where the new water balance or water meta is not as relevant. He was confused. He was confused by, like, why would you think it was anything other than Folder? I mean, that just doesn't make sense. Yeah, obviously this game is super giga turbo over. And GG, well played, Sebastian. It was a tough fought win, but he did ultimately win this set, and the games, again, the games he won very decisively. Win a hybrid map? Oh, you betcha. No Chien Swordsman, even. Alright, so... what's next? Kingstone versus Terz, and... Heart versus Shikso. I think the Kingstone Terz set would be a bit closer, so let's jump into that. Versus Hope. That one was going on at the same time as another series, so no idea what happened with the results there. Unfortunately, there's only one Ornlu to cast one set at a time. I know it's disappointing for you guys, but there's only one me. I can really use at a time. I think it's just unfair to have expectations otherwise. Anyway, we're doing a good long stream today. It's been a while since we've had just like a good long stream, so hope you guys are having a good time. Definitely really looking forward to some of the matches this weekend. I think the matches are happening this weekend. I think it could be a lot of fun. When are demos useful? Demos are extremely situational now, and I do think they were over-nerfed. Anyway, it's Water Nomad. Let's go. These guys at least get the right idea that it's all galleys. I still feel like galleys are probably the best. Shoals. Oh, did it? In small ponds? I think that the new water works out relatively well on maps where it's like full Navy play every single time. I think where the new water doesn't work are maps where you need to make land and water at the same time. And the issue there is that galleys are still very bad if you are doing anything other than full water commitment. And I think the issue is that there are so many maps where you need to make both land and water at the same time, like as in, you know, hybrid maps for tournaments, including this tournament, by the way, that you don't really get to see the full water triangle get explored. Because are Hulks overtuned on small ponds? It's hard to say. I mean, maybe. But galleys are awful there. So the thing that counters Hulks are basically useless on maps where you have small ponds. And maps with small ponds, or maps where you really have to invest into early feudal age play on land as well as water, make this a very difficult thing to balance. For instance, Pamir, Immersion, Nomad, Northern Isles, Pacific Islands, Seychelles, all require you to have some sort of aggressive feudal age play. Also, Khmer and Immersion are picked a lot by players. And Pacific Islands is also pretty popular. And those are the maps where you need to go for both aggressive land and water play. Sports betting and military recruitment ads? Oh, jeez. Anyway. Oh, the clankers are getting constructed. Uh-oh. Medium warships is coming in, as well as Bodkin. But the fire ships here is huge, right? Remember, fire ships are a lot better than they used to be versus the galley line. Water very risky. Yep. I think that's pretty fair. And it's actually really easy to fix that. It's just you just give fishing ships one more melee armor. And it would be a huge difference. But that's like a very easy balance tweak to make. They still... So for the tournament, the changes are set in stone. They're not going to make any changes mid-tournament, but there will be, I'm sure, plenty of changes before the patch is released live in Q1 of next year. Anyway, Terz just looked like he had the big edge in the early galley fight and got the faster castle age time, was able to force an engagement and win the game. Again, it seems like that, like, you know, early in the year they have a huge patch where they add like a gajillion changes, and then for the rest of the year it's only very small changes. Personally, I would like to see them have patches more frequently with smaller tweaks than just these like gigantic patches all at once, where there's like so many different changes that are all happening at the same time. But it really seems like there's I don't know why it's so difficult to patch AoE 2, but it seems like it's like, okay, if you want to patch the game, it needs to go through like 20,000 different departments, and it's also going to take like 3 months. So, yeah, again, I don't know why this process necessarily has to be so slow, but I'd love to see much more frequent tweaks of smaller scale. Anyway, who's playing here? Kingstone. And I have no idea. I would imagine it has ended, because we started it at the same time as the previous set, and the previous set went 5 games. Alright, did I update the stream title? Yes, I did. Good, good, good. Alright, looks like we are in the lobby. And I'm going to take a break, and I'll be right back. What's up, kiddos? Looks like they're going to Pog Islands next. As they say. As many people call the map. Alright, what were the civs that game? Persians over Dravidians, I think? Maybe too. I wouldn't know. But like I said, we don't know the whole process. Like my realization, and I think many other people's realization, is when we say we liked AOM, we liked playing the Arcantos campaign. And then didn't really need to do anything else with the game. Like, even though I think the Chinese DLC might have just been objectively fairly good, it just, I don't know, doesn't have the same magic to it. Yeah. Like, for more than the Arcantos campaign? I mean, like, it's fine, but the issue with any strategy game that isn't AoE 2 for me is that it's like, I could be doing this or I could do AoE 2. So why don't we just do AoE 2? Alrighty, guys, here we are, game number 2. We'll have Terz in the green as the Mongols. We have seen a 15 pop-up time on this map win a game. Will Terz be able to do that here? Opponent in the blue. As the Vikings, it will be Kingstone. Step with friends. I just feel like I don't even have time for AoE 2 multiplayer all that often. I mean, other than, you know, me casting. Yeah. Anyway, classic AOC Civ matchup here. Well, AOK, technically. Okay, 4 vills to wood this early on actually does make me think that it's actually going to be a bit of a different build, and he's going to be using Mongols more like the, what we saw from Niaz, where he used Mongols to just have very few vills on food so he could go for a super early dock. That seems to be the case here. That said, unlike, whatever that map was, Shoals, there aren't any deep fish nearby. Like, neither player has deep fish close to their base, so it's like, is this really worth it? I do not know. Very efficient short-term wood, yes. So, let's see here. False. I mean, again, like, this is a long distance to sail with your fishing ship. Those would have to be quite the fisky modders. Have voice lines? No. Just a ding-dong bell. None of the ships have voice lines. Well, Terz at the very least is getting a bit of an earlier fishing ship out. I mean, he's essentially 2/3 of a fishing ship ahead. Let's see how fast of an uptime Terz can go for. I mean, he's on 18 pop already. We're not going for the 15 pop with Loom, unfortunately. Rams? Yeah, yes. All foot soldiers and rams have voice lines. Mangonels don't. Bombard cannons do. Krebs don't. Scorpions also don't. Why do rams get unit voice lines? I mean, bombard cannons, you literally see the human there. But you don't do that with any of the other siege weapons. I mean, like, organ guns do. Again, it's a siege weapon that you can clearly see the person operating it. Hussite wagons don't. Because, again, there's no clearly visible human. Maybe. I mean, in theory, you have somebody operating the Mangonel and the Scorpion. You just don't see them because it's not worth animating them. Alright, this is going to be like a classic AOC matchup. Mongols versus Vikings were almost always the two best water civs. It's the speed of the Mongols player versus the much better overtime efficiency of the Vikings player. That said, the timing is slightly off. No, Mongols are the best water ship, not the best water civ. But yeah, the fact that Hulks are cheaper than the other warships makes no sense to me. Just have Hulks cost what... You know, the old demos used to cost 70 wood, 50 gold. Or you could, I guess, do 70 wood, 40 gold. Because fire ships are 75, 45. And galleys are 90, 30. So have them split the difference between galleys and fire ships if you don't want to make them cost too much wood in the late game. Or too much gold in the late game, rather. But right now there's 70-35, right? Or 75-35? So they're just 10 gold cheaper than a fire ship. Anyway, the Hulks are out. Walls are not in completely yet, though, and this is still going to be a bit scary for Kingstone. Wait, he knows, right? Scotty knows. Oh, why didn't build there? Oh, no! Oh, and again, this is also part of the problem is that Hulks are very, very good at killing Vills. Hulks are way better than any of the other ships at killing Vills. Also, he opened Hulks and is then going into galleys afterwards, which is kind of an interesting choice. Oh, dear. Meanwhile, no double bid axe either for Kingstone, so it just looks like a better all-around early game here for Terz, well ahead in terms of resources. Yeah, the sail animations are nice to have back. It's like, you don't realize how much you missed them until they're back. Anyway, the walls are coming in here. PBA is now on the way for Kingstone, and he is on 3 docks to 2, I think. Yeah, still just the 2 docks, but a third one's coming in, so it looks like a very good build here from Terz. But that Hulk is going to go down. And indeed, we are just back to galley v galley, so we'll have to see if any fire ships are added in. Again, fire ships are much better against galleys than they used to be. Which makes the water triangle work, by the way, because what happened is that fire ships weren't even actually that good against galleys even beforehand. Unless it was like a small pond. But now they are much better. That said, both players are sticking with just galleys for now. The Hulks are very bad against galleys if there's, like, an okay number of them. No, water balance is going to be in the game for free. I would be extremely, extremely surprised if that is not the case. Actually, it wouldn't even make sense it would be the case because it affects it affects every single civ. Oh, come with a deal. That I don't know. That could be the case. Yeah, you can't have all of these changes locked behind a DLC when it affects non-DLC civs. Regardless, we do have a blacksmith coming in, and Kingstone still has that really nice discount over time. And with the power of micro, many issues can become solved. DLC? Yeah, I mean, that's totally possible, and I couldn't say one way or the other. Blacksmith is only just now on its way for Terz. But so far, the micro has been better for Kingstone. And there's Fletching coming in for him as well, but he is 5 vills behind, and that's obviously not insignificant. He does need to start farming. So far, Green, no farms yet. He only has 3 vills on food, and those are the 3 fishing ships gathering from a box turtle, so not much at all. So over time, with this switch into farming that we have to imagine Blue is going to continue, he will likely be actually able to get a faster castle age out of it. Yes, Terz is the underdog. Kingstone is very inconsistent, but has much higher highs in terms of tournament performance. That said, Terz looked quite solid in game number 1. You're pressed? He went to Red Bull, and didn't he also go to Lingyan Cup? He went to 2 lands, I think. Impressed? Ah. Aren't you funny? Okay, so we have farming starting now for Green as well. Do just a hair faster in doing so. Also, this poor water buffalo, stuck all by its lonesome. Okay, good hits there for Terz. Again, this is just micro. Nothing else really about it. And now the fire galleys are being added in. Again, this isn't old fire galley versus galley matchup. It's much, much closer. Right, lots and lots of farms. An ocarina? I mean, it's just a little bit different. One in Hamburg? Oh, what was that? The garrison? Something like that. Was it that unremarkable of a tournament for being a LAN event? Goes to show how important having memorable games early on in a tournament cycle is. Or memorable results. Oh, but again, the Hulks are so freaking good at killing vills. And funnily enough, you can actually kill the other warships much more easily with villagers because they have no melee armor. But Hulks do have melee armor. So obviously the overchop is a big rip moment there. And one fire ship is, I guess the Hulk doesn't attack. Still killed 5 vills, and that is not at all insignificant. Stone being sold as well for Kingstone. And like I said, he's Vikings. He's getting that farming infrastructure down much sooner than his opponent. It will be much better for him in the long run. It looks like maybe the fire ship now went down. Great. I mean, I do remember it was a very close Hera Leary finals, right? If memory serves. Behind Gamer Legion. Why Gamer Legion went from Order of the Sheep to just hosting the Gamer Legion version of Nilly's Apartment Cup, which was exactly the same as Nilly's Apartment Cup, but with a Gamer Legion tag on it. No idea. Wish I could tell you, but I cannot. Anyway, Terz has lost way too many vills here. Somehow he's only behind by 2, thanks to having significantly better macro. terms of keeping the Vivv production constant. But again, it really comes down to Kingstone farming more to get to early Castle Age, and this is gonna no. I think. I mean, I thought this would be very good for Kingstone, but honestly, I mean, just goes to show fires are a much more real threat to galleys than they used to be. Now, it's still working out for Kingstone, and the overall KD is very good. So, yeah, I guess it was still a bad fight, no matter how you cut it. Anyway, Castle Age should be the GG. Good job here from Kingstone to avoid, or rather absorb the early pressure. He did take some damage, but was able to fight his way right back. Just better micro, slipping in over here with the Hulk when he had the opportunity to do so. Got the farming down at the right time so he could just have that food he needs to click up the Castle Age. Good stuff, good stuff. You can see right here, way ahead in Res Destroyed right now is Kingstone. Yeah, I mean, unless this is an absolutely stellar fight, which I don't really see happening. Yep. And likely this will be the cause for the GG. Indeed it is. And Kingstone strikes right back. Again, absorbing the early pressure, a minute slower to Feudal Age. Only took one villager loss. Was later with double bit-axe even. Doesn't show that here, unfortunately. But was still able to make it work. Just, again, taking better fights and getting those farms down. And was Kingstone's #1 home map. And his #1 civ pick, to be fair. Looks like Migration will be the next map. Alright. Am I still alive? No. 53 seconds, and we will be getting on to Migration. I am dead. Alas, I am slain. Chopra, maybe. Maybe. Alrighty, guys, we are here. Game number 3. On migration, it will feature Terz in the green as the Italians to the west. And to the east, in the blue, as the Japanese, it will be Kingstone. So, modern classic of a matchup. Both extremely flexible civs in what they can do. Still think the Fishboom opening that we see a lot more these days is still a bit better for Japanese, but Italians also are better at like a fast castle. They have a better early Imperial Age. I mean, both civs are very good. Flexible civs. Well, I say flexible, I mean, like, all the civs can make all the ships early on, right? Well, except, you know, the civs with unique ships. It's less about the tech tree and more about how your bonuses align with you doing any sort of opening. Because both civs have eco bonuses on the water, as opposed to military bonuses, you can use those extra resources that you save as both civs, or use that extra food you get as Japanese in really a number of different ways. It's not like you're forced to be like Byzantines, who have to use their fire ships to get that bonus, right? So you're not going to pick them as much on maps where you don't want to go fire ships or whatever. Or Magyars with Hulks, right? If you're in a situation where you want to do something other than Hulks, then Magyars are not going to be all that great. So yes, the flexibility does make sense. You like Italians a bit more than Japanese? Wow, the guy named Genoese Crossbowman likes Italians more? That checks out. Nani? That said, Japanese have the more immediate wood savings with the earlier, well, they can save 50 wood with the first lumber camp, so you still get that first fishing ship out, which is really helpful. It's not like anything game-breaking, but, you know, it's nice. So, map generation also looking very normal. Nothing too crazy here. It's not like the brush distance is very close. There is a shorter side around over here, but it's not that much shorter. And we'll just have to see how these guys want to approach this. So, another fishing ship on the way. Oh, is Terz riot in German? I have no idea. 4 fishing ships out to 3. Again, you just have a little bit of an early lead as Kingstone. Second dock on the way. It is kind of close to the first dock, which feels a little, Technically, I'd rather it be, like, over here to spread out the fishing ships a little bit more, but it's probably not a big deal. Making a fuss? Ah, okay. A British riot, a glorious resolution. I mean, 7 fishing ships to 5. Again, like, all of these little timings do feel quite nice here for Kingstone. Again, this is just all Japanese, having that early advantage. I mean, it's what, a 15% discount on the fishing ships. So, let's see. 0.85 times 75 is 63. Yes, Japanese, Italian fishing ships cost 63 wood. So with 12 wood saved, how many fishing ships is that? Okay, so Japanese are saving on 3 lumber camps most of the time and a mining camp early on. So you're saving 150 wood. So 150 divided by 12. Okay, so it takes around 12 and a half fishing ships to pay off the early advantage that you get with Japanese and just their initial wood discount. That's actually kind of interesting to know. And Italian and Japanese also get faster working fishing ships, although it's only 5% in Dark Age. It's not that huge. It's bunkers. It's literally in a bunker. The BNK-3R, the greatest defense bot ever built. Anyway, 4th dock coming in. Wait a minute, hold on. 4 docks this time. 3 here for Terz. Now, it is going to be a fast castle on both sides. Wait a minute, hold on. Green isn't gathering any gold. Oh, okay, this might just be a stone selling castle age. One-shot it? Exactly. The best is when you can kill Hyperius and the bunker with like a level 1 pistol. It's just that stupid. As somebody whose favorite build is Sniper Zero. Someone sells stone before you? Yes. Yeah, that's not an issue. Because you only need to sell 100 stone in the first place. Anyway, 20 fishing ships for Terz. So, how much wood has he saved at this point? 12 times 20. 240 wood? Hey, that's a lot of wood saved already. Anyway, it's Hulkin time, because why make another ship? Man, that's close to a free TC. Loses water? Indeed it is. That's why the game becomes interesting, Cassis, in case you weren't aware, is because you have these different decisions made by players, and some of them are riskier depending on specific outcomes and require a certain degree of mechanical skill and strategic heads-up thinking. There you go. All right, so it's starting out with some Hulks here. Gonna mix in some galleys afterwards. I think this is fine. You open up with Hulks because they just scooch out across the map really fast and are really good at killing fishing ships. But it still feels like this is a galley map unless you're going for the stable build, which neither player is. You can garrison the fish now. I mean, it's still absolutely is risky. You can only garrison 5 fish, and you have way more than 5 fish only within the vicinity of 1 dock. Anyway, forging is in for both players. So you have fletching and forging here for Kingstone. Yeah, it's an incredibly unstable build. It's everyone's favorite uranium isotope that I don't remember the name of. I don't remember the uranium, whichever number. Unstable isotope. By Budweiser, why? Alright, Iron Casting coming in here as well. But yeah, I mean, this is what I was saying, right? You can't garrison all the fishing ships at once most of the time. It's close to water. All right, monastery here in the middle for Kingstone. Meanwhile, this isn't a fast imp, is it? Are we fimping it up, guys? We already have the university in. Okay, no, that's just for clanker construction. 238? Yeah, I think it might be 238. Desired for fission? I'm afraid I am not an expert on uranium isotopes. I know you guys expect that out of me, but I just can't do it, guys. I'm sorry. Anyway, like I said, iron casting is a really big upgrade because you go from dealing 3 damage to 6 damage. So, double the damage. Just like with forging in Feudal Age. Ten more vills right now for Mr. Hamsters. Alright, Trirem, why do hulks cost less than the other warships? Riddle me that, Batman. But yeah, Terz, it's a fast imp-ish. I mean, it's not like a pure fast imp, but it's a pretty fast imp. Pimping sounds naughty, who says it isn't? What you do behind the closed doors of your AoE game is your business. For balance, but hulks are the best chips anyway. Do they also have the fastest train speed? Because it feels like you always want to open hulks, even if you want to then switch into something else. Oh, feels bad, man. Puppy saturation. Anyway, TC coming out here in the middle. I mean, Terz obviously needs to make something happen here, but so far, his naval pressure is going quite well. Terz is also mining stone with 9 villagers. I mean, he just doesn't need to have any vills on food, right? Because he has so many fishing ships. We're already seeing Kingstone start to farm. And so, we'll have to see how effective this is. You do get that cheaper upgrade. Does it actually show in here now? Yes, it does. 300 wood and 236 gold. And hello, Hassan. Well, the docks are still going down relatively slowly. Doc coming forward here for Kingstone, but, I mean, he's going to need to figure something out. Because what's going to happen is Terz is just going to drop a castle here on the forward island. Here are the vills already getting themselves ready to go. Sending a message. You never can really know for sure. Anyway, more galleys are on the way, but you don't even have fletching in. But yeah, I mean, this is exactly what's going to happen here for Kingstone. He's basically cut off between his 2 areas on his home island and on the mainland, and that castle's coming in, and Kingstone could be having a real bad time of things in the very near future, especially because you can easily add in some condos as Italians. I mean, Terz is also still way ahead in resources, and it just seems like Kingstone was getting ready to play this more map control-oriented style, and unless he can deny the castle, it's just not going to work out. But I say that, and very well done here from our blue player. The monks are getting some critical conversions. There aren't enough villagers here to finish the castle. And well done, that castle's been denied. Again, if you're going to play a map control style, you better not let your opponent get a forward castle in. Chemistry's on the way, and more villagers are as well. Monks don't even have all of their faith regenerated yet. Is it going to be enough? I feel like it's not. Heavy warships, fletching, chemistry, all coming in. Mangonel is in too. Oh, he got it. He got it. Oh, don't let the mangonel escape. Oh, rip, the mangonel escaped. All right, so now what do you do here as Kingstone? Kingstone's ahead by 23 villagers, guys. But he's still behind in resources for now. Crocs are going to be here, and they're even going to have Blast Furnace. Oh, geez, this is such a weird situation. Yeah, wow, he did. Yeah, I just lost him over time to the Crocs. Twitch has a lot of ads, unfortunately. Alright, the Vills are coming over, and likely just going to build a barracks for some condos, and that's exactly the case. More armor? Yes. Well, more melee armor, not more pierce armor. Okay, this is a really weird situation, guys. Because you can't even bombard the shoreline effectively with the Crocs, because one range. Inversion there on the Genoese crossbowman. It made it out safely? Exactly. Alright, defensive/offensive tower coming in, whichever one you feel like calling it. Terz is trying to add in more fishing ships. There's one Treb out. It's going to demolish the TC. But you can see here, Kingstone has, sort of just escaped here to the eastern portion of the island. Kingstone's just going to tap out. I wonder if Kingstone knew that the populations were dead even, or had an idea. I mean, he still is probably dead, but it's 55 to 36 vills. And it's not like this is ever going to get pushed anytime soon. Like, maybe, you come in with a monastery, start defending against the condos with monks. Like, maybe that's a thing you can do, but again, it was such a weird position. It's hard to understand the game state as either player. You can see that Terz was still ahead in all of the resources except wood, even after losing a gajillion fishing ships. So, Terz, our underdog here, up 2-1. Grab everything on the main island very, very slowly, especially considering that Kingstone was starting to make a Castle Age army. That would have still largely defended. Could have won this? I mean, that's something that you can only judge with experience. And especially experience in these more oddball sorts of games and situations. Alright, Shoals is up next. Wait, what happened to everybody? We lost like 100 viewers. I guess it's getting a little bit later. But I was planning on wrapping up after this set anyway for the day. We've got plenty more to cast this weekend. Kingstoners have seen enough. Oh, man. Fury came online. That's funny. Alrighty. It's Scholzen time. And look at this. It's a rarely seen civ. In the green, to the north of the map, it's the Turks? The Terzks? The Hamstersks? C'est intéressant. And to the south, in the blue, as, you know, the civ that's picked in every single set in this tournament, it will be Kingstone. Evet, indeed. Into Chief Elite Cannon Galleon? Oh, yeah. Let's do it. In reality, Turks are actually a pretty good civ for this map. There's so much gold and so much stone that Turks have plenty to play with. 12,000 stone, when the regular map has like a little over 6,000 stone, right? Oh, Terz is definitely... I mean, Terz literally went fast imp in the last game. It's been a whole one game since Terz has gone fast imp. But yeah, it's like 50% more gold and 100% more stone or thereabouts, because if I recall correctly, it's around 40,000 gold on a standard map and around a little more than 6,000 stone. Twice in a row? Never. Anyway, I don't think you fast imp here. Don't think so, anyway. Yes, Turks still have everything at the university except siege engineers. And you have everything at the dock except for fast fire ship. So Turks still have an excellent navy. Again, amazing gold-based army compositions, great at locking down specific areas. Like, Turks are just a good civ here. The only downside to them is that they just aren't as absurdly strong as Bengalis are in terms of economy. And that's the real issue with a lot of these civs. Especially a lot of, like, the older civs, is that, like, they're good. They have strengths. But they just fall behind in economy versus so many civs. And Bengalis are one of them, and why we see Bengalis picked constantly. This water buffalo enjoying a walk across the map. Water map cup. I'm doing just fine.
Hey.
All the strong civs. I mean, that's what I would want. I think there are probably like a dozen civs that really just need to be nerfed. And maybe like 3 or 4 who need some very real buffs. I mean, it is my job to cast it, whether I love this tournament or not. And at least the new water is kind of interesting. We've had some good games, though. I can't complain. Anyway, good early build from Terz. Got a fishing ship out nice and quickly. Full-time cat. I've been a full-time streamer and YouTuber for the last 5 years. Well, basically full-time. Probably worked slightly under full-time hours when I was also taking classes. You know, it kind of depends on what's happening. New on the AoE2 block? That's totally fine. I'm not offended that you didn't know. Alright, so. I mean, it would definitely be an upset, in my opinion, if Terz beat Kingstone here. So let's see if Terz can get it done here. With the Turks. The Terzks. The job hunt going? Horribly. Don't worry, I complain about it like every stream about how much it sucks having to try and find a job right now. Don't worry, I am very good at complaining. At least, like, again, I would be in a really bad way if I was also trying to host tournaments while all this was going on. So even if it, was in some ways the death knell of my actual casting career, I'm glad I'm not also trying to host tournaments while also trying to find a job. Because doing this and hunting for jobs is, like, that's already a lot altogether. Industry? International affairs. So, in terms of job titles, that's things that have the word an analyst or analysis, research, consulting. Those sorts of jobs. Policy. So, big old walls coming in here from Terz. Both are on their way up to feudal age. Terz has a few more fishing ships. Well, I guess 2 more fishing ships. Diplomat. That was, in some ways, the initial plan. But 1, I don't want to work for the Trump administration. And 2, I don't want... The State Department has been gutted. Like, completely gutted. Most of the, the civil servants were fired. Law school? I mean, a lot of the times people are going to law school while also doing FSO work. The family office industry? What's that? Well, the thing is, there are plenty of geopolitics stuff and stuff like that, but even if it's my academic background, I'm not, like, I don't know anything really about making good videos. Like, very well-produced videos. I'm not like a Spirit of the Law, right? Who makes just very well-produced videos. Oh, an office? Ah, okay. No, Nightbot's still there. All the Nightbot commands should work. I mean, sometimes Nightbot's dead, but sometimes it's working properly. No idea what to do with their lives? Well, you have to do something with your life, so whatever people do to find purpose in their own lives. People also? Yeah, I mean... when I chose my degree, it's not like, oh, this is going to be a really niche field that isn't going to have a logical transition to practical work. That wasn't a concern. What I didn't know is that that entire industry in DC was gutted. Fonz, I've looked into that, but the issue is I'm not a programmer. And it feels like any of the jobs in that field still require you to know how to do programming. Well, the Hulks are hulking. Enjoying peak Age of Empires and all that. Programming knowledge? Well, those are all the job applications I've seen. I haven't really seen any postings that I would actually, like, qualify for. I mean, in an ideal world, I mean, I could probably do a good job doing some sort of consulting or whatnot for the Age of Empires series at World's Edge, but they don't have any job openings. Posting 100%? I mean, I try, right? But I don't really have connections to, like, get my foot in the door. Anyway, medium warships is coming in for both players, but Kingstone has forging and also the HP regeneration. Not to make 3K? I would have. I would have given them a laundry list of reasons why you could literally do something else. And right, second TC coming in for each player. 7 fishing ships each. It's just, well, Bengalis have more bills. The CEO for a job? Yeah. Might get lucky? I mean, there hasn't been a whole lot of luck in my, my experience. Nope, you don't need to play Fast Imp. Look, okay, you shouldn't need to play Fast Imp as Turks in this setting. My concern, though, is that you're still just going to be so far behind of Bengalis in terms of economy that, like, what are you even going to do? There's a 5-vil lead right now for Kingstone. Getting Horse Collar, I guess that's already in here for Terz. He's getting a Monastery as well. He has to get some sort of damage in. Oh, nice sail by here for Kingstone. Sending an email. Most of the places I apply to specifically say, don't email us. I see that on a lot of applications. You look for employees? I don't know. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I freaking love Hulk battles. Now, +1 doesn't actually matter with War Hulks, because you're still dealing 1 damage. You need Iron Casting. You need to basically be... Like, in a Castle Age battle, you need the Castle Age attack upgrade. In a Feudal Age battle, you need the Feudal Age attack upgrade. Resource per island, that would be pretty painful. Make my own rules, I guess. Well, 3 TCs per player. At the very least, the macro is quite solid from Terz. He's getting Bosa, more or less at the same time as his opponent. Money? Well, this tournament was given money, in one, because the NAC fell through, and 2, because they want to test the new water balance, right? They're completely reworking water, so you might as well put money into the tournament so that people will practice for it. Evet. All chances on the other 90%? You know, and it's like, okay, if I only do, like, 1 job application a day, which is really all I have time for. And sometimes I probably only average, like, 4 to 5 a week. Because it's, you know, first I need to find a position that even makes sense in the first place. Get drunk with them? Oh, yes.
Hi.
Anyway, Kingstone is getting ahead in resources, for sure, but you'd expect that from Bengalis. And hire me? Oh, yes. Paperwork? Well, it's like, am I really going to have to spend the next, like, multiple years of my life living at home and not getting a job? Like, I've already lived at home a lot longer than I really wanted to, and, like, you know, it's kind of like I want to move on with my life and start my career. Fourth CC actually coming in on the same side for both players. Interesting. Both are on 2 relics as well, by the way. Both have light cav running around. Still 1,000 more resources for Kingstone. That said, again, the macro being competitive here from Terz is huge. In a lot of situations, the non-eco-civ player would have just fallen way too far behind. Still, that's a lot of idols right now. Ah, some light cab made their way in. Nicely done there from Kingstone. An Eris? Seriously, man. The Navy didn't want me. The Navy didn't think I was a good fit. I just tried again the CIA because they had an opening that made sense for me. To marry into British royalty? I'd rather not. All right, Imp is in faster here for Kingstone. Of course, he is, again, ahead in resources. Kingstone? I mean, it's Kingstone, right? Kingston is the capital of Jamaica. Tiny English village. There we go. All right, it's CA here from Terz. You never met? Yeah. Younger spouse? No! But he's not even Prince Andrew anymore, right? He was stripped of his title. All right, castle coming in. The naval update's going to be Q1 of next year. All right, handcart coming in here as well. Elephant archers should perform quite well versus the Turk CA. I think. Wait a minute, hold on. I think I've done this test before. I think the Turk CA actually deal all right. Anyway, Kingstone does seem to be getting even more and more of an overwhelming advantage. Church rushing him, oh my god. Yeah, this feels like it's probably too big of a lead at the moment. Happy Imperial Age! More light cav on the way. Kingstone's got his castle down. And he can just keep up with that pressure. Anyway, GG called. And we have another tie series. Alas, the the old Civ just doesn't stand a chance. Alas, alas, alas. Can take anyone. He's a good enough player at what he does. But he's so limited, and he's never going to take more than like one random game very rarely. So far, everybody's won their home map, so that will leave Immersion as the final map. Either going to be Shu or Berbers versus Malians or Lithuanians. Promoted to, yes. All right, a minute 45, and we will get into game number 5. All right, 30 seconds. Immersive map. Very immersive. A second best cast? What do you mean? Casting, oh my god. All right. Looks like it is going to be here on Immersion game number 5, very back and forth series. It will feature Terz in the green as the shoe to the south. And first time I'm seeing them in this tournament, it's going to be Kingstone in the cyan as the Malians to the north. Furious George. Rage. Furious George and the Roid Rage. All right. So, Lumber Camp coming in. As far as like Civ matchup goes, I mean, again, the top players think Shu are the best Civ in AoE 2. I don't understand it. Are they a bad Civ? No, not at all. Like, they're a perfectly fine Civ on most settings. And goodbye, Hassan. But, like, are they... I mean, and they literally have a wood to food bonus. Like, it's good even for a hybrid map. But I just don't see, like, what makes them so exceptionally exceptional. You just don't have a very flexible tech tree. You don't have great monks, with no sanctity or redemption. You don't have good cavalry. Your infantry isn't great, because you don't have iron casting. Although the White Feather Guards are a great support unit in a longer game. It's reborn. I'm mad TV. I'm afraid I don't know. But I'm 28, man. Good skirm. I mean, their skirms are pretty good. That's true. I mean, if Hera's able to reach Castle Age, he's probably won already. I mean, people are saying that the eco bonus is just such an overwhelming advantage in early game, but let's see what the difference is when these guys hit feudal. Kingstone did a good job, of course, leveraging the early wood discount. He got a dock a bit earlier than his opponent. The game is 4 hours long, and ACCM decides to just not build the literal one unit that would win him the game. But yeah, like, to me, Malians, you know, they also have a good, strong, above-average eco, but they have a way more flexible tech tree. They can do monks well. They can do cavalry well. They have camels. Now, what you also do well is they are good in, like, Mangonel wars because of the extra movement speed. So that's also really helpful. And again, I'm not saying Shu are bad. But, like, on a generic map, is there a Civ I'd want more than Shu? I'd rather have Malians than Shu. Anyway, Terz is up a little bit faster. Res collected are basically even. Do Gebettos work against ships? I mean, they're still too flimsy against most ships. Anyway, very nice dock location as well here for Terz is quite nice. Actually also pretty good here for Kingstone. And it is going to be a Men-at-Arm opening for our Cyan player. Meanwhile, Terz hasn't really tipped his hand into any other tech direction. We do not see a second dock. We do not see a barracks. So we'll have to see here, guys. Oh, well, there it is. Still, nothing too crazy. Terz is on up. Second dock actually for Kingstone on the outside. Still only the one for Terz. Double bit axe is on the way. One, yeah, I mean, if the game's going on that long, I don't think Terz is going to win. I don't think Foster is going to win. Archery range coming in, as you would expect, but Men-at-Arms are incoming here from Kingstone. Terz has to be careful. Scout Cavalry's coming in, but can those Vills quick wall themselves in? Beautiful scout movement here from our Kingstoner. 10 seconds still to the Men-at-Arm upgrade, and that should be one dead Vill. It is indeed. What the heck? It was freaking cameo Men-at-Arms. Archery range coming in, but it should already be in here for Kingstone, and indeed it is. BBA coming in for Cyan, notably a little bit later. But yeah, you guys can see here in Res Collected, it's basically even. Like, is the Shu eco that insane? Again, Malians are a good Civ economically as well, and I'm not saying that Shu are bad, I just don't... Again, like, there's just... feels like so many high-level players like, this is the best Civ in AoE in so many situations, and they need to be nerfed like crazy. Invested less, he invested in significantly less. But second dock is only just now in for him, and the Hulks are going to be on their way for Kingstone. Also, the fishing's going to be a little bit more efficient. Archer on the way. Fletching coming in now for Cyan. No blacksmith yet for Terz. And it's currently 2 archers to 3, but obviously defender's advantage is going to be quite significant here for our green player. You also have the extra pierce armor for your Men-at-Arms as Malians, which is nice. Again, this is all micro here for both players. Oh, but green still doesn't even have fletching. Oh, that hurts. Honestly, great micro from Terz. The fact that he didn't even take a huge loss right there is honestly very impressive when it's fletching to no fletching. I would have lost all my archers. Still, Kingstone here on the high ground. Archer trying to get to a safer location. Meanwhile, here on the outside, looks like nothing terribly exciting is happening. Only the one villager that's been lost, but another Vill is going to die. Those archers did find time to get one volley off against the villagers. And you still have these 3 Men-at-Arms that are basically on full HP here for Kingstone. Chinese, yeah, the Chinese voice lines are everywhere. I mean, 4 Civs have them. And to be fair, we also hear the Mongol voice lines a lot because 3 Civs have them now. Teutons and Goths share the same voice lines, and everyone else has their own unique ones. Yep, 5 civs have the Chinese voice lines. Oh boy, guys, this is looking rough here for our hamsters. Oh no. Kingstone getting ahead here in resources as well. I mean, this Men-at-Arm pressure is doing work. Doing so much work, it might as well be a Rihanna song. Alright. Archery range blob crossing the map. It is double ranges right now here for Kingstone. He is looking to apply some pressure. Needs to hear one, yeah. I don't know. I think that joke is pretty toxic, Dirty Squirrel. Umbrella? Exactly. I'm glad you guys know what's up. But, I mean, 21 army to 10 in favor of the Kingstoner right now. These hulks are forced to retreat. 9 fishing ships even for Terz, so good job adding in that extra fishing eco. He's still behind in resources, though. A lot of Rihanna socks are pretty dirty. One Hit Wonder? No. Up. No. Nope. I mean, I wouldn't go after Riri if I were you. Well... I mean, you're just getting even more value here as Kingstone. Scale barding armor coming in here as well. And double stable. I mean, just using that flexibility of Malians. As you do. Wouldn't it be funny if Kingstone instead went 3 ranges and went Cav Archers? I think that'd be really funny, actually. Now, you also have scale barding armor coming in here for Terz, but obviously the Shu Haguan Cav are going to be significantly worse than the Malian Knights after a very short time. Chris Brown joke, oh no. It's wild to me that, like, Chris Brown is still selling out concerts and stuff. There's, like, a huge mob of fans. Like... That is... I don't understand that. Anyway, more and more good fights here for the Kingstoner. I mean, it was rough for him. He's down 1-2. But he's looking quite good. I mean, a bit of a better fight there for Terz, to be sure. But we already have the University on the way. Oh, man, that villager is also getting sniped. Kanye? Is Kanye still selling out concerts? I don't even know. Old is weird, yeah. Oh, boy, another... I mean... You know, to his credit, when everything's on the line, Kingstone is just absolutely showing his class as a player. Tough break for Terz, unfortunately. Bunch of farms coming in, ballistics as well. Got knights and crossbow. Again, just love to see that flexibility of the Malian army composition. 9 fishing ships before. I mean, like, you're still trying to fish as best you can here as our green player. I'm not sure about adding skirmishers at this point. You think you'd go knight, just go knight crossbowman? I was going to add in the university as well. And here we go. Same, but it's already been doing this for a while. They've been doing this for, like, most of the series. It's almost over. Oh, university isn't in yet. Remember, ballistics is already in here for these archers. And again, it's the Haguan Cav for Shu that aren't going to be very good. We already have bloodlines in. And this is just way, way too good. And GG called. Again, unfortunate for Terz. Of course, he is a friend of the stream. But Kingstone, fantastic display here in this game number 5. And again, I think it just, we get so many of these sets today where it's like, okay, game 5 goes to immersion. Or like, it comes down to immersion. And the thing is with immersion is it's such a tournament-coded map that you have these players who are tournament veterans who are just going to be doing so much better as this sort of map is just extremely mechanically demanding. It's tough to play these sorts of maps. And unfortunately for Terz, just not quite able to cut it there against Kingstone. Still a good series overall, though. I mean, we've casted several good series today, and it should be getting better this weekend. But guys, that's going to be it for me today. Thank you so much to everyone who's been tuning in. We were live for almost 7 hours, so that was fun. But yeah, assuming that the next round starts tomorrow, which I think it does, we'll go ahead and cast that. And I think, oh, is Dave still casting? How long has he been live? Oh, he's only been live for a couple hours, so maybe he'll finish casting. We'll go raid Dave. We'll see if he covers the rest of it. You never really know with other casters, like, how much longer they're going to be live or whatever. But thanks for watching, everybody.